Please be seated. Get here, please. Please be seated.
Good morning, one and all present here. May I now request everyone to kindly rise for national anthem. Every diya that lights up the world brightens up the heart with joy, positivity and motivation. Starting this international conference on an auspicious note, may I now call upon our chief guest, our guest of honor, directors, associate directors of academic, associate director of research and development, and associate director of student affairs. Please, sir, kindly proceed. Health and sports are an essential part of our lives. Not just for our physical fitness and recreation, but for mental and emotional well-being. Sports science are important for overall health and well-being, and research in sports is critical for advancing our understanding of benefits of sports participation, optimizing performance, and informing public health policies. With this, I, Bishop Sen, your Master of Ceremony of today, welcome you all in the first International Conference on Emerging Need to Strengthen Global Public Health Policies and Sports Sciences 2023. May I now request our convener, Icgphpss, Professor Dr. Anand Prakash Sir, to kindly welcome our Honorable Chief Guest of the Day, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Sikkim Manipal University, Lieutenant General, AVSN, VSN, Dr. Rajan S. Grewal Sir. Our guest of honor, Additional Director of Department of Sports and Youth Affairs, our guest of honor, Additional Director, Department of Sports and Youth Affairs, Government of Sikkim, Dr. Ram Bahadur Vishwakarma Sir. Our Director Sir, Sikkim Manipal Institute of Technology, Professor Dr. Gurdharaman Lal Sharma Sir.
Back is so good.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Organizing Secretary Dr. Rakesh Vishwakarma Sir to kindly welcome Associate Director of Academic Affairs Professor Dr. Sangeeta Jha ma'am. Associate Director of Research and Development, Professor Dr. Kalpana Sharma ma'am. Associate Director of Student Affairs, Professor Dr. Anand Prakash Tiwari sir. Thank you, sir. Furthermore, I would like to request Ms. Karishma Pathak ma'am and Mr. Rupak Datta to welcome the delegates from Bangladesh. Professor Dr. Kamal K. Vishash, Professor Dr. M.D. Nasim Reza, M.D. Hamid Ul Rahman, Associate Professor, Dr. Sharvil Chanda, Associate Professor, and Ujjal Chakravarti, Deputy Director. And members of PETI, Dr. K. Shanti, Director of Physical Education from Tamil Nadu. Dr. Rajkumar Karve, Physical Education Foundation of India. May I now request our convener, Professor Dr. Anand Prakash Tiwari sir, to kindly deliver the welcome address.
A very good morning to our chief guest, Honorable Vice Chancellor SMU, Lieutenant General Dr. R.S. Grewal, Ati Visis Seva Medal, esteemed guest of honor, Additional Director, Department of Sports and Youth Affairs, Dr. Ram Bahadur Vishwakarma, Secretary of Physical Education Federation of India, Dr. Piyush Jain, who has joined us online today, respected Director SMIT, Professor G.L. Sharma, Associate Director Academics, Professor Sangeeta Jha, Associate Director R&D, Professor Kalpana Sharma, all our distinguished guests, HODs, HOs, faculty members, participants, and dear students. On behalf of the organizing committee, I welcome you all to the maiden edition of Icgphpss, that is International Conference on Emerging Need to Strengthen Global Public Health Policies and Sports Sciences. Over the next few days, we would have a lot of research paper presentations along with keynote sessions planned by some of the most distinguished personalities in the aligned field of public health and sports sciences. The first international conference on the emerging need to strengthen global public health policies and sports science is a great endeavor for people in this field to get together and work towards the achievement of this goal. The purpose is to gather and share cutting-edge concepts, information, and unique experiences for the benefit of our researchers, sports nutritionists, sports physiotherapists, and others. I would like to commend the efforts of the people for setting this all up and raising awareness on the topic. I would like to thank all the dignitaries for their presence here, and I hope the outcome of this conference will be fruitful. The conference aims to bring together leading researchers, practitioners, and policymakers from around the world to share their knowledge, insights, and experiences on these critical issues. We hope that the discussions will lead to the development of innovative solutions that can help us tackle the challenges and promote good health for all. Once again, I welcome you all to this conference and hope that you find the discussions informative, engaging, and thought-provoking. Thank you all. Jai Hind, Jai Sikkim.
May I now
request
Dr.
Rakesh Vishwakarma sir, the organizing secretary of Icgphpss 2023, to kindly present the highlights of the conference.
Honorable Chief Guest, Lieutenant General Dr. Rajan S. Grewal, AVSM, VSM, Vice Chancellor Sikkim Manipal University, Sikkim. Guest of honor, Sri Dr. Ram Bahadur Vishwakarma, Additional Director, Department of Sports and Youth Affairs, Government of Sikkim. Respected Professor Dr. GL Sarma Sir, Director, Sikkim Manipal Institute of Technology, Sikkim. Respected Associate Directors, dignitaries, respected HODs, HOs, delegates, participants, students, and my dear colleagues. Good morning, all of you. With your permission, I would like to highlight on this conference Icgphpss 2023. The first international conference on emerging need to strengthen global public health policies and sports sciences 2023 is being held in Sikkim, Manipal Institute of Technology today from 25th to 27th February 2023. It's kind of conference which is being held first time in Sikkim and SMIT too. This conference is being attended by eminent and expert researchers, academicians, health professionals, health educators, policy makers of various educational and non-educational organizations around the globe. The focus of the conference is to create an international platform to discuss and share best practices, strategies, and innovative approaches to strengthen global public health policies and sports sciences. The participants will discuss the importance of integrating public health and sports sciences to create a holistic approach to promoting healthy lifestyle, addressing inequalities, and enhancing physical and mental well-being. The conference featured with several keynote speakers, paper presenters, which will be addressed the challenges and opportunities of globally strengthen public health policies and sports sciences. Our eminent keynote speakers are Professor Aaron Peck from University of Kentucky, USA, Shane Pill from Flinders University, Australia, Dr. Manoj Sharma from Public Health University, USA, Professor Dr. Jyotika Sharma, Sikkim Manipal Institute of Technology, Dr. Sumit Dikshit from Aligarh Muslim University, Community Medicine, Professor Nikita Joshi Sonwal, Madam from Sikkim Manipal University, Professor Dr. Ajay Jhasar from Sikkim Manipal Institute of Technology, Professor Dr. Vidita Khandelwal, Ma'am, Research and Development Director of Sikkim Manipal University, Dr. Mahesh Swata Khatmalis, Associate Professor from Vishwabharati Santiniketan, and Professor Dr. B.C. Kapri from Banaras Hindu University. The conference will also provide a forum to exchange of ideas and experience between experts, professionals, and academicians. This conference will also provide a platform for participants to develop and explore new ideas, best practices, research, and solutions that could be implemented to strengthen public health policies and sports sciences. This conference will be beneficial to all the participants as it is an opportunity to build collaborations with the leading experts and to get an insight into current trends and innovations in the field of public health policies, sports sciences, as well as physical education and sports. The conference will be concluded with a closing ceremony, which will be include recognition of the outstanding work done in the field of public health and sports sciences, as well as in the field of physical education and sports. The conference will provide the participants with a great opportunity to learn, share, and network with the experts from around the world. We hope that with this conference will be able to event that will be positively benefit all the participants and will help them to gain invaluable insight and knowledge. With all these words, thank you all. Jai Hind, Vasudev Kutumbakam. Thank you.
you, sir. Now I would like to request our respected director, Professor Dr. Gurdharaman Lal Sharma, sir, to kindly share a few words.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And I can at the outset say that a few words be little more words. It is my great privilege to welcome our chief guest of the day, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Lieutenant General Dr. Rajan Garewal, Ati Vishisht Seva Medal. I also take this opportunity to welcome our guest of honor for the day, Dr. Ram Bahadur Vishwakarma, Additional Director, Department of Sports and Youth Affairs, Sikkim. Dr. Piyush Jain, who has joined us online. He is Secretary of Physical Education Federation of India. I also take this opportunity to extend a very warm welcome to all the invited dignitaries and speakers, my esteemed colleagues, all the participants online and offline. Last but not the least, my dear students. It is matter of great pride for the team SMIT to host first ever conference on international conference, rather I will say, on emerging needs to strengthen global public health policies and sports science. When we conceived the idea of holding this unique conference to do with sports and public health, we were very clear that it is burning need at this moment, especially the kind of unprecedented situation that was created by COVID-19 pandemic. Suddenly, the whole world has come to standstill, and as such, we have been seeing due to the modern lifestyle, the interest of younger generation as well as older generation alike in sports and physical activities has been diminishing. The internet, especially social media, 24/7, TV has played a major role in changing our physical behavior. We can see to some extent this modern lifestyle has proven to be a curse, and the physical health of our younger generation is deteriorating. As the old saying goes, the physical health is very, very important, and only physically sound body will have sound mental, sound mind, which can make decision in the adversity. Only mentally strong population can handle the undue stress which is being caused due to feverish advancement in the technology. And we can in short conclude that good mental health can only ensure to sustain the modern day stress for progress of a nation and humanity at large. As the statistics reveal, and you will learn from some of your speakers as you progress through conference, the most advanced societies like America has the highest mental disorders, followed by Eastern Mediterranean, Europe, Asia, and Africa. And you would be surprised to learn that almost 60% of the suicides happens before the age of 50, wherein the individuals are most productive. And maybe that they are not able to cope up with the stresses of the modern day society. And ladies and gentlemen, we just cannot overemphasize the need of good physical health. Like I have already stated, only the physically sound person will have mentally sound mind. Therefore, the topic is completely in sync with the requirement of present day, with the aim to pull out people from the stressful situation that is caused by COVID-19 and coping up with the demand of technological changes wherein people will have to continuously upgrade themselves in this VUCA world, which is very, very volatile, uncertain, and complex, and has a lot of demands on our youngsters. And third, we just cannot overlook this considering that 60% of the population of India is young. And we have to ensure good mental health. And if we do not have good deliberations, good public policies, we may not be able to do justice with our generation. And it is incumbent on educational institutions from where every young guy is passing through, that during this premium time of their life, they should be oriented in the right direction. And this will not happen just by talking. We will have to take action and take some concrete decisions after due deliberations. And the kind of galaxy what I see that we have for this particular conference, I'm sure that your deliberations are going to come out with something. Maybe that will be a step in infancy, but as we go along, as we'll go on discussing more and more, we shall go on taking very, very concrete steps which will ensure a good physical and mental health of the society. And as such, as India has taken G20 presidency, I think this year is even more important, that if we can discuss, all those professionals can discuss and come out with some concrete decisions which will not be only applicable to India, rather through this G20 presidency, we will be able to take it to the whole world. And what is the mantra of Indian culture, Vasudeva Kutumbakam, that whole world is one family, and we should be able to take care of each and everyone. And again, what our Prime Minister has given, that slogan of Amrit Kal, that the time of hope, next 25 years, like they say, this is very, very important for India, because you young guys are going to steer this country to a different level. And once you steer this country to the different level, I am sure that we shall be able to steer the whole world to a different level. And I am sure that we should be ensuring a good physical and mental health, which again I am saying time and again, you may be bored, and we should not be shying to discuss this particular topic time and again. We keep discussing a lot about physical health, but mental health, it is something like taboo that we don't want to discuss. I think we should talk more on that along with physical health. And it's very, very important that we all should come together, hear each other, combine each other's strengths, and come out with something which is very, very fruitful for the society. I'm sure this conference would serve its purpose, and all the participants would be able to learn from each other and come out with new ideas to further strengthen the policies and ensure overall better physical and mental health. Please keep interacting with each other even after the conference, because this is a time, maybe within 3 days, you may not be able to, completely come out with something, but the continuous dialogue is going to give you a better result in the days to come. I wish you all the best, and hope so we are taking good care of you. Please let us know how we can make your stay more comfortable, and do give us constructive feedback to improve your experience. I would like to congratulate Dr. Rakesh Vishwakarma for his untiring efforts to organize this conference, and I have seen his growth and sense of commitment when he started doing this. I would also like to congratulate Mr. Rupak and Ms. Karishma for supporting him through the process. I would also like to congratulate Dr. A.P. Tiwari and all the SMI team members who have unconditionally supported and has made this conference a reality and the first one here. I would like to give a big applause to all the members for taking this step. I would also like to thank guest of honor for accepting our invitation and sparing his time, and our honorable vice chancellor also, who has understood the significance and has motivated us at all the times to do something which can really benefit the society. Once again, I wish a great success for the conference. Jai Hind, Jai Sikkim.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Secretary of Physical Education Foundation of India, Dr. Piyush Jain, sir, to address the gathering. Sir would be joining in virtual mode.
Thank you and good morning to all of you. Respected Vice Chancellor sir, Lieutenant General Rajan Grewal sir, guest of honor Dr. Ram Bahadur Vishwakarma, who is my senior in college time, Director SMIT Professor Dr. G.L. Sharma ji, Convener Dr. A.P. Tiwari ji, and Organizing Secretary Dr. Rakesh Vishwakarma ji, and other distinguished guests and dear colleagues. So after a motivational lecture by Dr. G.L. Sharma sir, there is no word to say, as he has covered all the things which is directly related to this conference. Today I am feeling very great that I am addressing this esteemed gathering at this first international conference on emerging needs to strengthen global public health policies and sports sciences. On behalf of the PAFI, as you all know, that PAFI is the National Sports Promotion Organization, which is duly recognized by the Government of India. I extend my warmest welcome to all of you, whether you are joining us in person or virtually, in this remarkable event. As Sharma sir said, the theme of this conference is timely, relevant, and crucial, given the unprecedented challenges that we have faced in the last 3 years and continue to face with the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. The pandemic has exposed the vulnerability in our public health system, not in India, all over the world, underscores the critical importance of science-based policies and research, and highlighted the crucial role that sports and physical activities play in maintaining our physical and mental well-being. As we embark on this 3 days conference, it is my fervent hope that we can engage in productive discussion and deliberation that can help us identify gaps, address challenges, and explore new opportunities to strengthen global public health policies and sports science. This conference provides a platform for researchers, practitioners, policymakers, and industry experts to come together, exchange ideas, and explore innovative solutions to address the emerging needs of global public health and sports science. Our collective knowledge, experience, and expertise can help us move towards a future that is healthier, more active, and more sustainable. Over the next 3 days, we will have the opportunity to learn from each other, share our experiences, and discuss the latest research finding and innovation in public health policies and sports sciences. Dear friends, conference is a platform for all this, that we can easily discuss the things which is coming in our mind. In this 3 days conference, the conference will cover a wide range of topics, including physical activity, nutrition, mental health, disease prevention, and rehabilitation, among others. We will hear from experts in these fields who will share their insights, experience, and recommendations. I am seeing the conference schedule that lots of people from the abroad, like Professor Sanpel and other friends, is coming to present their views and their experience. As we navigate this conference, I urge all of us to keep in mind that the work we do here has real world implications. Our discussion and deliberation must be grounded in a commitment to evidence-based practices, ethical consideration, and a recognition of the human impact of our decisions. It is our collective responsibility to ensure that our policies and practices are equitable, inclusive, and sustainable, and they prioritize the health and well-being of all people, regardless of their background or circumstances. In conclusion, I wish all of us a productive, engaging, and inspiring conference here. Let us make the most of this opportunity to learn from each other, collaborate, and chart a course towards a future that is healthier, more active, and more sustainable. I extend my sincere gratitude as from last 3-4 years, PEFI is planning to organize a conference with MIT. So this vision of MIT, Dr. Rakesh Vishwakarma, is now on ground, that today we are inaugurating this 3 days conference. I also extend a warm welcome to all participants, both in person and virtually, who have joined us from different parts of the world. Your presence and participation are a testament to your commitment to advancing public health policies and sports sciences. In a nutshell, it's a great effort of Manipal Institute of Technology, and I urge to the Vice Chancellor, directors, and those who are involved in the policy that this is the first conference. We should continue this conference over years, second, third, fourth, so that the discussion and the conclusion must be given to the government of Manipur, and also to the government of India, as this is a very important topic. So once again, thank you to inviting me. Namaste, Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. May I now request our guest of honor, Dr. Ram Bahadur Vishwakarma, Additional Director, Department of Sports and Youth Affairs, Government of Sikkim, to kindly address the conference.
Namaskar. Good morning, one and all. Respected Lieutenant General Dr. Ranjan S. Girwal ji, ABSM, BSM, and Vice Chancellor, Sikkim Manipal Institute of Technology, Professor Dr. G.L. Sharma ji, Director, SMIT, Professor Dr. A.P. Tiwari ji, Convener of this conference, Dr. Piyush Jain, Secretary General of Physical Education Foundation of India, Dr. Rakesh Vishwakarma ji, organizing secretary of the seminars, invited high-profile resource person from different parts of India, even Bangladesh, prominent research scholar, electronic and social media, and ladies and gentlemen. I feel really proud and lucky to be a part of this first international conference on emerging need to strengthen the global public health policy and sports science, which is now going on in SNIP Sikkim. As we all know that India, under the popular and dynamic leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, has taken the historical step for the celebration of the 75 years of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav by organizing the heart-touching program at grassroots level, where millions of Indians, irrespective of age, sex, and post, participated the mission project launched by the Government of India with a high sense of nationalism. India holds the presidency of the G20 from 1st December 2022 to 30 November 2023. The G20 summit is held annually under the leadership of rotating presidency. The theme of India G20 presidency, Vasundhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, and one future. For India, the G20 presidency also marked the beginning of Amrit Kal, the 25-year period beginning from 75th anniversary of its independence on 15 August 2022, leading up to the centenary of its independence towards a futuristic, prosperous, inclusive, and developed society distinguished by a human-centric approach at its core. India will host over 200 meetings in over 50 cities across 32 different work streams and would have the opportunity to offer G20 delegate and guests a glimpse of India's rich cultural heritage and provide them with a unique Indian experience. Government of Sikkim, under the visionary leadership of the Honorable Chief Minister of Sikkim, Shri Prem Singh Tamang Gole, has initiated the series of programs in various departments as per the direction of the Government of India under G20 mission. The Department of Sports and Youth Affairs, Government of Sikkim has given the task to organize the various sport activity in Sikkim to support the mission of G20 as per the direction. Sports Department has planned the year-round program and it is going on in all the 6 districts of Sikkim. The main objective of Sport Department are to produce the national level sport athletes to represent the India at Olympic Games and World Championship. We have a sport policy based on scientific support on following thrust area. Number 1, broad basing of sports from the grassroots level, creation of physical infrastructure, creation of technical infrastructure, promotion of excellence, creation and equipment support for training and practice, providing scientific backup for sport person, providing incentive to commendable sport person, and providing financial support to sport organization. In order to achieve this objective, department is continuously working, and as per the size of population in India, our achievement in terms of infrastructure development and performance at national and international level is very remarkable. In football, Sikkim is popular by the name of Bhaichung Bhutia, legendary Indian football, Arjun Awadi, and Padma Shri in football, who had brought the revolution of Indian football. Similarly, Shri Hisse Jeri Basi was the Asian bronze medalist football in early 80s. Shri Jaslal Pradhan, Arjun Awadi in boxing in 1982, who is also the first Olympian and Commonwealth Games medalist in boxing from Sikkim. Shri Tarundeep Rai is a Padma Shri and Arjun Awadi in archery, and legendary mountaineer led Sonam Gyatso, who was conferred with the Padma Bhushan, Padma Shri, and Arjun Awadi in mountaineering, is also from Sikkim. In cricket, Nilesh Lamisane is a bright cricketer at national level. Similarly, in football, Komal Thatal has participated in India at Under-17 FIFA World Cup in 2017. Mrs. Sandhya Gurung has been awarded with the India's highest Coaching Award, Guru Dronacharya Award in boxing in 2021. Sikkim is popular in football at national level, and many Sikkimese players have represented the country at international level competition, and some of the Sikkimese footballers also playing in Indian Super League football competition. Sikkim is also good in archery, boxing, taekwondo, karate, wushu, kickboxing, and weightlifting. We have 32 registered sport associations affiliated with the Indian Olympic Association and funded by the government of Sikkim. The department has a year-round free coaching program at grassroots level, both for school-going students and dropout youth, and has been trained by the highly qualified coaches of the department. The department has initiated the club culture in every village in targeted sport discipline like football, archery, boxing, and athletics, so that talent identified in this sport may be selected for the advanced training in sport academy run by the government of Sikkim. In order to identify the hidden talent in sport, the department has initiated the rural sport competition at block level, followed by the district and state level competition. Inter-school games is the major platform for the school-going student to represent the national school game, which is held in annually in different parts of India. In order to provide the scientific backup and advanced training for the elite athlete, department that established the Khelo India Center of Excellence funded by the government of India at Gantuk, North Sikkim, Gejing, with a high-profile trained manpower, providing with a minimum salary of 1.5 lakhs per month. The contribution of the department during the COVID-19 pandemic had been appreciated by all. The department had extended all possible support by organizing the online sports and recreational activities like yoga, taekwondo, karate, and wrestling. There was a great demand of recreational activity like Zumba, yoga, dance, and singing competition. NSS volunteers have played a significant role in awareness program during COVID-19 pandemic through online program regarding hand washing technique, social distancing, and mask preparation. Around 16,000 NSS volunteers have involved during the COVID-19 period through online mode. 26 November 2020 is a historical day for Sikkimese sports. On this day, the Department of Sports and Youth Affairs had published the first volume of first generation of eminent sport personality of Sikkim after the Sikkim became a part of India state in 1975. The state government has initiated the cash reward of rupees 2 crore for the medal winner athlete at Olympic Games. Similarly, under 17 athletes, in terms of their performance, will be awarded the state sport gold, silver, and bronze award, carry the cash prizes of rupees 5 lakhs, 3 lakhs, 2 lakhs each, and same will be presented at state level Independence Day function in every year. The department is regularly celebrating the National Sport Day on 29 August every year, and on this occasion, sport coaches who had done significant contribution at national level and the registered sport association as well as professional sport club has been felicitated on this occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of the conference is on emerging need to strengthen the global public health science, global public health policy, and sports science. The question is how to strengthen the issues and challenge on public health that is happening in common society and in sport field. As a sport administrator, I am not competent enough to comment my views in this platform, but I can proudly say that sports are playing major role to promote the physical, mental, social, and emotional well-being of common people irrespective of age and sex group. Sport activity are one of the major part of health and its related component. Today, the prestige and dignity of the nation is also judged by the performance of the sport athletes at Olympics Games and World Championship. The performance of sport is rapidly increasing day by day due to advancements of technology, infrastructure, and involvement of multinational company in marketing sector. As a result, Today, sport has become a high source of earning for an athlete, coach, and private sector company. Total earning per year of world top three athletes. Argentina footballer Lionel Messi's yearly total income is 1.30 million. American basketball player LeBron James, his total earning is 121.5 million per year. Similarly, Portugal footballer Ronaldo Messi total income is 115 million per year. Sport tourism has now become one of the biggest source of income for the country, hosting the mega events like Olympic Games and FIFA World Cup and Cricket World Cup. As per the report, FIFA generated approximately 7.5 billion in Qatar World Cup in 2022. India, under the vibrant leadership of Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, is celebrating G20 presidency, and the main objective is to achieve the mission of Jan Bhagidari, Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas, and Sabka Prayas. In this historical occasion, this type of conference will definitely put in record in the history of G20 in India. We expect research paper presented by the resource person from different fields will help to find out the conclusive finding as per the demand of the conference. On the behalf of the department, I am very much thankful to the respected Lieutenant General Dr. Ranjan S. Girwalji, ABSM, VSM, and Vice Chancellor, Sikkim Manipal Institute of Technology, for giving me an opportunity for sharing the activity of the department. Sir, under your leadership, the contribution of SMIT for the cause of Sikkimese people very remarkable and appreciated in terms of performance and job opportunity. And we hope SMIT will do many more progress in the field of higher education in coming day. Sir, let us know if we can provide any technical support in the field of sports in coming day. My best wishes and congratulations to Dr. Rakesh Vishwakarma-ji and all the organizing committee for doing a remarkable job in the field of sport. Thank you so much. Jai Hind, Jai Sikkim.
Thank you, sir. May I now request the chief guest, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Sikkim Manipal University, Lieutenant General AVSM VSM, Dr. Ranjan S. Grewal, sir, to share his kind words.
The best or perhaps the interesting part of being a chief guest in one's own constituent institution of excellence, and is that when your turn comes, everything that needs to be said has been said, and all the key highlights have been covered, and of course, there's very little of originality that one can bring to the lectern or the stage. So, Pranam, Namaskar, Kuzusampo, Tashitilik, Khamri, and a very good morning to each one of us present here. So, it is indeed a privilege and a pleasure to be amongst us for this international conference, very ably organized by the Sikkim Manipal Institute of Technology. And so to start with, our guest of honor, who just gave us a splendid overview of the remarkable achievements of Sikkim in the field of sports, the progressive initiatives taken by the government of Sikkim under the inspirational leadership of the Honorable Chief Minister, Shri Prem Singh Tamangji, and of course, the Department of Social Sports and Youth Affairs. So thank you, Dr. Ram Bahadur Vishwakarma. We much appreciate that. Also acknowledge the gracious presence and inspiring address by Dr. Piyush Jain, the Secretary of the Physical Education Federation of India. We'd like to welcome our Bongo Bandhus from Bangladesh and truly add the international flavor. And thank you for putting your hands together. We have a shared history which goes back into many decades, if not centuries. Also, like to acknowledge the presence of the Director of Sports who has traveled all the way from Chennai to join us. Welcome, madam. And of course, closer home, Dr. Commander Gurdaman Lal Sharma, the director of the very prestigious Sikkim Manipal Institute of Technology. And of course, starting with the convener of the conference, perhaps not protocol-wise appropriate, but Dr. Anand Prakash Tiwari, the additional director, the associate director, student affairs, and the convener of the conference, Dr. Sangeeta Jha, the associate director, academics, and of course, Dr. Kalpana Sharma, the associate director of research and development. And what shall I say, distinguished dignitaries, eminent luminaries, esteemed invitees, learned faculty, accomplished delegates, and our dear and promising young students and scholars. So, firstly, I'd like to share a little bit of my growth story or my trajectory. And one of the reasons that I made it this far in a working life of about 42 plus years I attribute a significant component of my success. I'm not here to talk about me, myself, I, to the fact that sports was an essential part of one's existence. A day was not complete without games, and we were lucky through school and college that we got opportunities to. And what do sports and games teach students, and why are they essential in our lives? First, you may be playing with the richest person's offspring, and you may be X may be from the lowest socioeconomic strata. But on the sports field, it's all equal melting pot of where egos, where baggage, where all kinds of, shall we say, it's not about I, because when you start about I is the first word of illness. And we're talking health today, we'll come to that a little later. A sports field makes it we. W-E, V also stands for victory, and the first two alphabets of wellness. So the theme of sports and public health are so interrelated and so well enshrined and ensconced and attached with the umbilical cord of our well-being that we need to appreciate and acknowledge this yeoman service that is being done today by talking about such a contemporary theme which is relevant to all of us, and it is beyond the domain of structured curriculum and straitjacketed syllabus. So this is extremely important. And so to come back to myself, one learned that we didn't win every day. And one played team sports. In team sports, clearly, make synergy, harmony, and ability to build bonds, bridges, and relationships. The fundamentals and the foundations are fortified by sports and games. And that's how one could work through various teams. And one of the reasons why I, reached where I did in service and I am what I am is because of the teams that I worked with. And I would like you to just acknowledge the teams and each of the teams that we all represent with a round of applause. It's not about me, it's about teams. So, moving back to the theme, the first international conference, whenever it's the first thing that we do, it's not just a curtain raiser. It's not just, you're being the pioneer, but it is a path-breaking moment in acknowledging the fact that these two pertinent themes of sports sciences and public health are worthy of investments by the education and academic fraternity, as also the students and scholars. And in consonance with the visionary leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, the theme is glocal. And while the word glocal as it emerges has its origins in Japanese history, but clearly it is to think globally and act locally, and that is so important. It has many connotations across sociology, science, across domains which are cut across various themes. So this also enables us to fast track our progress in the field of achieving self-reliance through another inspirational scheme called Atmanirbhar Bharat, and truly self-reliant India could be the Vishwa Guru in the era of Amrit Kal. And we hope that the generation that is sitting here, the young ones, we may not be on this planet, but you would fulfill our dreams, our aspirations in achieving our goals to achieve greater glory. So, not just a word, but a bouquet of appreciation goes out to the organizing committee, Dr. Rakesh Vishwakarma and his team, and we must compliment you on the excellent organization of this conference, and which is so relevant today. So how is this theme important? I mean, you might wonder, I'm the last speaker, you'll have to suffer me for a few more minutes. And I understand there is some tea after that, so at least you'll get a break. So just take some deep breaths. Those of you who want to take a power nap, who may have gotten up early, you can take a power nap also. I have no problem with that. So sustainable development goals are so important not because the United Nations enunciated it. The United Nations, is a globally acclaimed body with member countries, barring just a few isolated ones who are not in the fold. The first goal is no poverty. So SDG 1 is no poverty, and that can only be achieved if there is public health which is invested in well, and we have humankind. And to be gender appropriate, we shouldn't call them mankind, because we sort of then negate half of humanity. So no poverty is utopian, but can be achieved in the foreseeable future if we ensure that the equal opportunities, good health, and hygiene, sanitation, and all the quality of life indices are met. The second is zero hunger. Now, the zero hunger is again, very idealistic, but because a lot of people live below the poverty line and come from underprivileged segments. But again, this theme contributes to addressing, through clean energy through investments in public health towards addressing. The most important is on SDG 3, which is good health and well-being. And the World Health Organization, very long back when we were students, went on to say that health, good health perhaps, is not just an absence of disease. It is a harmonious blend of physical, mental, emotional, and if I could add, spiritual well-being. So this is a thought that I would leave you with. And investments in public health contribute significantly to all health care and health well-being indices, and also linked to it is SDG 4, which is quality education, which I'm sure is being imparted at the elite Sikkim Manipal Institute of Technology, and endeavors like this in hosting international conferences facilitate the quality bandwidth to be raised to the higher level and also on the global platform. Again, we have green energy, universal, potable drinking water and sanitation, which is again critically linked to public health, and of course, decent work and economic growth, industry, innovation, and infrastructure. And I'll just rush through because there are 17 of them. And by the time I finish my 17, I know that y'all would, if you're carrying any old rotten tomatoes or eggs, they would land on me or at least aimed at me. If not, you'll say, why is this person talking about it? Also, climatic action is so important, as also teamwork. And why do we come back to teamwork? Teamwork because, we all heard about intelligence quotient. It's a thing of the past. Intelligence is important. But then evolved a concept called emotional quotient. Emotional quotient definitely relates to mental health, and sports and games contribute immensely to minimizing stress, anxiety, alleviating depression, and keeping a harmony in our upper story that is good mental health. And then came an entity called adversity quotient. Adversity quotient is how we make ourselves resilient, strong, and capable of being able to withstand adverse circumstances which are not congenial, which are not favorable, which are not idealistic, and therefore, again, physical health, good health, and public health, as also sports and games, actually make our adversity quotient, build it to the strength that we can. And we've gone through the COVID pandemic. I'm not here to talk about it, but it makes us strong, not just in terms of our willpower, but in our coping, navigating, and the life skills that it imparts. Another issue that I would like to add to that is what I think is important, and that is the credibility quotient, that is how credible we are. So from teamwork to perseverance to resilience to fulfilling one's true potential, the conference theme covers all these issues. Now, everyone talks about sharing best practices. I have a view on that. When you say you're sharing best practices, you've already said that you've reached the upper level of what is good. So sometimes best is not the best. So, sometimes good is better than the best. So good practices, evidence-based in the field of public health are so important at these platforms because they generate ideas. Ideas generate, thoughts move into actions, and actions into deeds, and deeds into results and favorable outcomes, and ultimately sustainability, which is so important. Also that we need to build safeguards and checks which are critical to the well-being of humankind. And it is very interesting that we are all here today to participate in this international conference. It's been a pleasure speaking with you. And I would once again like to pay my compliments and from behalf of Sikkim Manipal University, appreciate the good body of work that has been done. I'm not saying the best quality, lest you feel that, I'm diluting what is good, but again, like to acknowledge the excellent organization of this conference, a well thought of theme, a scientific platform which will definitely add a quantum value perspective to our comprehension, knowledge, and even our skill sets. With this, I wish the conference all the success and all the delegates the very best in the presence over here. And it's not just about the conference, it's how we take this momentum, this movement, this progress forward to tangible and achievable results, which we take ownership and accountability for. And with these words, thank you for a patient listening at the end of what was a very nice inaugural function. Have a great day. May God bless you with happiness, health, prosperity, success, and all that you wish for. Jai Hind, Jai Sikkim.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to present the SMIT video to provide the glimpse of our college. May I now request our Honorable Chief Guest and Guest of Honor to kindly do the honors of launching the e-proceedings of the conference.
We have a guest from Bangladesh. With the stalls, madam.
Welcome, ma'am. You can see just in front of him. He's very tall. I can't see in front of him.
Yes, we want to show this to our state.
Yes.
All top officials. So I should have been given officials.
Thank you.
May I now request Ms. Karishma Pathak ma'am to kindly propose the vote of thanks of the evening.
A very good morning to one and all present here. I, Karishma Pathak, on behalf of organizing committee team of Sikkim Manipal Institute of Technology, it's honored to take this moment to propose a vote of thanks and sincerely acknowledge the contribution of those who have worked hard in order to make this event possible on such short notice. I'd like to begin by expressing my gratitude to our Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir, Lieutenant General, AVSM, VSM, Dr. Rajan S. Girival, Sir, and Guest of Honor, the Additional Director, Department of Sports and Youth Affairs, Government of Sikkim, Dr. Ram Bahadur Vishwakarma, Sir, for sparing their valuable time and gracing this occasion with their presence. Sir, we sincerely thank you for your gracious presence. We're grateful to the Secretary of Physical Education Foundation of India, Dr. Piyush Jain, Sir, for his contribution as a knowledge partner for this conference, and also providing help for publishing e-proceedings. Thank you, sir. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the encouragement and guidance of our respected Director SMIT, Professor Dr. G.L. Sharma, sir, without whom organizing this event would not have been possible. We are thankful to him for his huge support. Sir, we sincerely acknowledge your encouragement and hope to be under your guidance for our future endeavors. Thank you, sir. I'd also I'd also like to extend thank to Associate Director Academics SMIT, Professor Dr. Sangeeta Jha ma'am, and Associate Director Research and Development SMIT, Professor Dr. Kalpana Sharma ma'am, for being with us in making this conference a great success. Thank you, ma'am. I also express my gratitude to our Associate Director Student Affairs SMIT, Professor Dr. A.P. Tiwari sir, for providing unconditional support in organizing this conference. Thank you, sir. I'd like to extend my gratitude to all the dignitaries and all the participants who have come from different countries. On behalf of organizing committee, I would also like to express my profound gratitude to all the head of the department, SMIT, head of the offices, SMIT IT team, housekeeping team, student council SMIT, for extending their support and helping us in organizing this event. We are also extremely happy to share that we are opening the Department of Physical Education and Sports, where we are opening two courses, BPA and BSc Physical Education. We are very thankful to Vice Chancellor sir and Director SMIT sir. Thank you so much, sir. Last but not the least, let's not forget the backbone of this event, our organizing committee members and volunteers, for extending their help and support for making this event successful. I'm so grateful for everyone who joined us. Without them, this conference would not have been accomplished it has. Thank you once again. Have a great day. Thank you.
With this, we come to an end of the inaugural function. May I request everyone to kindly rise for the national anthem. Thank you, everyone, and have a nice day. May I request all our dignitaries, HODs, HOs to kindly join us for a high tea at Conference Hall. And also, I request all the participants and delegates to join for the high tea at the adjacent room. Thank you, everyone.
Excuse me, Mr. Shane, can you try once and please let us know?
Share button's not active because I'm not listed as a presenter or organizer.
Pardon, sir, we make you as an organizer right now. Please check once.
I might need to log out and come back in because the share button is still not live. So I'll leave the meeting and come back in and see if it works.
Please log out and log in again, sir, and try again, sir. Yeah, join back. Yeah, Mr. Shane, you can share now. Yeah, it is fine. It is visible now. Yes.
Good morning. Good morning to you all.
Good morning.
This is the start of the first keynote speech by Mr. Shane Phil from Australia. He is the Associate Professor of College of Education, Psychology and Social Work, Philanders University and Philanders College of Distinguished Educators. He is the recipient of awards like Australian Award for University Teaching in the year 2016 and 2021. And he is also a recipient of ACPR President's Award for Distinguished Service to the Profession. And he is going to speak on the topic today on policies for sports and physical education activity. It is over to Shane Phil, sir. You can start now your keynote speech.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Please confirm that you can see my slides and hear me. You can see my slides and hear me.
Yes, sir. You can share. And
I am sharing. Looks like we've got a few technical difficulties, so sorry about that. Hopefully you're able to see my screen again, and we'll start my presentation. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm currently talking from Ghana land. I acknowledge the Aboriginal people's continuing connection to this country. Their care for and spiritual connection to place and purpose is as current today as it always has been. The land that I speak on today, Ghana land, was never ceded and always was and always will be Ghana land. I wish you Naimani, which in Ghana language is "Are you good?" and hope that this presentation finds you well and in good spirits. Flinders University exists on many Aboriginal lands, and I acknowledge the continuing connection to country of all Aboriginal people. My presentation today is on the important topic of the role of sport for peace and development. I'll be talking specifically about the adaptation of a program developed by Professor Philip Slee for violence prevention and bullying education in schools. We see increasingly the need for education for tolerance, mutual respect, the development of healthy relationships, and the understanding of our common humanity. This is not something that necessarily comes to us through our socialization. In fact, often our differences are more celebrated than our common humanity. So therefore, in our physical education settings, we can use the common language of sport as a mechanism to bring people of diverse backgrounds together towards the achievement of a common goal and a common target. So therefore, sport can be used not only for physical development, but social emotional learning, which is important for our relationship development as well. Globally, sport continues to be one of the most popular activities amongst children and youth. In Australia, where I live, over 70% of children play sport at least once a week. They're involved in many other activities, such as dance, skateboarding in the park, surfing, incidental physical activity by playing street cricket, etc. Most of those are forms of a sport, a modified or informal version of sport. So parents clearly value children's participation in sport. And in the research that we've done, when we ask parents why they choose to take their children to sport, it's because of the social and emotional development that occurs in sports settings. The fact that they are active and contributing to their physical health is important, but parents believe that there are valuable life skills that will be learnt from being involved in a sports club and being involved in the participation of a team. These are characteristics of sport which we are able to leverage and amplify in our education programs to purposefully develop towards sport for development and peace. So my argument today is that well-designed sport programs provide the opportunity for cognitive development. We know that physical activity is vitally important in brain development, both from the wiring of the brain and the neurological development, but also in the release of chemicals that help with the development of the brain. So physical activity helps wire up the brain of the individual to develop the brain just as much as it does the body. The typical Western approaches to sport and physical activity operate from a sense of dualism. We go to school to prepare our mind. We go to play sport to prepare our body for life. That artificial dualism that separates mind and body is not the human condition. And we recognise that physical activity, and in the form of sport that we're talking about today, provides for cognitive development, the opportunity for social development as we participate in sport with others, for emotional development as we work on characteristics such as resilience, persistence, commitment to goals, and physical development by physical activity that provides for our healthy growth and development. Therefore, sport, when it is structured in particular ways, provides for value outcomes such as leadership and the capacity to work with others towards a shared goal, personal development and attempting to put in place the best you can be in mind and body, and community development. Because if we have healthy people at healthy clubs, we have healthier communities. If we have people that are able to show personal and social skills for tolerant and inclusive participation in our sports clubs, we will have those same characteristics of tolerance, inclusion, celebration of diversity happening in our community as well. However, historically, Western approaches to sports coaching have narrowly focused on teaching of the body, technical and tactical development for success in the game. But the research tells us that many children play sport, not because the sport itself is what attracts them, but because they want to play. It's the parents that choose a sport to take their child to and involve them in. So it's parents that make the decision for their children to participate in sport, but the children themselves want to play. They want to explore. They want to establish how their body works. They want to understand how to work with others and participate collaboratively with others. And the sport environment provides those opportunities. So it is important as people who provide sport opportunities that we work to the motivations of the reasons for children participating in this physical activity endeavour we call sport, which is the desire to play. So in summary so far, I'm suggesting that sport can provide for the individual child and youth a sense of belonging to a shared goal and a shared sense of adventure and a common sense of outcome. Sport can provide a sense of developing mastery of coordination and control of one's body, specific skills towards success in a particular type of game, and mastery of personal and social skills. Sport can also promote a sense of mattering, that you are important in this environment. People know that you're important because they respect you for who you are and the characteristics that you bring for that. You are tolerated, you are included, you are celebrated, so therefore you matter. Sport is one of the unique functions of our society where it can bring that strong sense of connection and I am important to these other people, I matter. But unfortunately, in many club and school physical education environments, sport is not constructed so that the individual matters. Sport is constructed as a talent identification program so that through our child and youth sport development, we can find the best players for our club's highest playing team. However, sport can promote social and moral development that frames young people as self-activating agents that can make a difference in their social world. We can use sport to empower them to make a difference as agents of change in our community. And through that way, we can have young people acting as, through sport, agents that promote peace and harmony in our communities. So therefore, sport can be an effective medium for the development of social harmony, where we're bringing diverse people together, people of different cultures, people of different religions, people of different capabilities, people of different genders. We can bring them together in a sense of inclusion. We can encourage resilience because sport is one of those areas where it takes a long time to practice to be successful. So you need to be able to persist. You need to be able to work through failure. You need to be able to work through those moments when you are not succeeding. And that builds that resilience, which is a key characteristic of successful adult life. In the work that we do at Flinders University, we've therefore proposed Sport for Peace. The acronym PEACE stands for preparation of the learning, education of that learning, taking action into the community, coping in the sense of being able to persist with those lessons beyond the classroom in the years that are ahead, and then evaluation with the educators in order to improve the program and make sure that the outcomes that we established at the start have been succeeded through the education program. The particular focus of Sport for Peace is bullying, harassment, and violence education. So having established that sport is an effective community tool for peace and development education, I'll now spend some time explaining the uniqueness of the Sport for Peace program that we've developed here at Flinders University. It comes out of Flinders University's focus on bullying, violence and prevention programs. Bullying, particularly bullying in schools, is recognised as an international program. The effects in terms of medical interventions for harm and suicidation, the counselling, the days lost at school and the effects that that has on academic attainment and social development runs into the hundreds of millions of dollars in most societies. So the economic effects of bullying that occurs in schools is significant to our economies because it affects the lives of people beyond school. It's not just a school problem. The confrontation of bullying, violence, aggression and harassment at school is important because the effects of not confronting linger throughout the individual's adult lives and impact those individual adult lives into their future. So we recognise that school is uniquely positioned to put education programs in place for peace and development and social harmony, and we're suggesting that sport is prominent in that place in schools. In Australia, we have a curriculum which is called Health and Physical Education. It is an entitlement of all children to have physical education at every year from reception, which is the start of school, through to grade 10, which is the end of the compulsory ages of schooling. So therefore, every child and adolescent in our community has physical education, and so therefore there is a vehicle to do this important education in school through our physical education programs. So the Sport for Peace program looks like this in what I've presented on the slide here. The P for Peace stands for preparation, where we work with staff in a school in a spirit of co-creation to develop the focus of the education program. It may be bullying, it may be harassment, it may be violence, it may be inclusion, it may be respect, persistence, resilience. We work with the school on what their focus is going to be, and then we work to survey the students to find out where they are in their personal and social development in relation to that focus. So we have a starting point for understanding where those students' strengths, capabilities currently exist. This is the strengths-based perspective of the curriculum, where we start from a view of the individual child as a capable agent. Often health education programs have been presented from a deficit perspective, where the child does not have agency and the adult's responsibility is to tell them what to do. A harm minimisation approach which focuses on the negative and the deficits and tells people what not to do rather than celebrating the actions that people are already taking to be active and healthy, and then building upon those so that they can be more active and healthy by implementing certain changes and additions to their behaviour. From working with the staff and then the survey with the students, we're able to tailor the program uniquely to the class in the school that they're in to get the best outcomes. That's a constructivist perspective that recognises that we are building from where those children are in order to take them to somewhere further along their development. We're not guessing. It's not a behaviourist approach where we assume that the children don't know anything about the subject matter and have no life experience, and so therefore we have to tell them what to do. We build from the acceptance that they bring their lived experience to the classroom, that as unique individuals, they have a story to tell, and therefore we need to find out what that story is in order to be able to challenge assumptions that are naive or incorrect, to strengthen their understandings that are correct and on a positive note, and build into their capabilities new ways of being and thinking and doing so they can be more active and healthy into the future than what they are at the start of the program. The E in the Sport for Peace program stands for the professional development that we do with the teachers, the education piece with the teachers so that they're able to deliver the unit of work to their students most effectively. The action is then those teachers implementing the unit of work that we have co-constructed with them. We have ongoing monitoring and evaluation of the program to ensure that the teachers are delivering it as designed and the students are getting the outcomes as anticipated. And there may be occasions where we need to make some minor adjustments to the program as a result of that ongoing monitoring and evaluation. Because despite our best efforts at planning to build from where we believe the students are, there are occasions where we've put some wrong assumptions into the planning and we need to get that right in order to continue. At the end of it, we will have been able to advise the school on policies that enable the continuation of education outside of the classroom in resilience, persistence, inclusion, celebration of diversity. And so therefore we're working in two planes. We are working at the classroom level with the teachers on the education of their students, and through that we're able to advise the school on policy directions that are then able to inform more teachers in the school of how to take a strengths-based perspective to education of students on bullying, violence, harassment prevention. And then at the end of the program, the E stands for evaluation, where we assess the effectiveness of the program. We do an end of unit evaluation of the students' learning outcomes to see how far they have progressed as in their education of more tolerant, inclusive, socially accepting, persistent, resilient individuals. And then we're able to advise the teachers and the schools how to make further adjustments to the program to be more effective into the future. An example of this Sport for Peace program for bullying, violence, harassment prevention is the sport education as a curriculum model for boys' personal and social development that we did in a primary school. The primary school reported to us that their grade 5, 6, so about 11 and 12-year-old boys, were denying the younger children play space in the yard. In particular, the handball courts, playing handball was very popular during recess, lunchtime, before school and after school periods. And the older kids were dominating this space to the point of pushing the younger kids out of a space if the younger kids had got there first. This was creating tension in the schoolyard, which often led to verbal and physical altercations and children being referred to the deputy principal and perhaps into the timeout room and letters home to parents about the children's behaviour. In order to break down the social barriers between the older year 5, 6 students and the younger grade 3, 4 students, we brought a cricket program into place where the teams were made up of year 3, 4, 5 and 6 students. So in effect, the younger year 3, 4s had an older big brother in the school, the grade 5, 6 in their team, whose role it was to support their development in cricket, to be their big buddy, to grow the capability and inclusiveness of their younger team members. What we found was that the year 5, 6s were taking that care and responsibility that they had for the year 3, 4s in the cricket program out into the yard at recess and lunch. So if a member of their cricket team came up and said, these bigger boys have pushed us off our court, that's not fair because now we don't have anywhere to play. The year 5, 6 was able to go over to the year 5, 6s that had pushed the younger children off the court and negotiate with their peers, their year level peers, their younger kids' acceptance back onto the court. And often it would be resolved in the schoolyard without the need for the tension between the year 3, 4s and the 5, 6s. And the number of referrals to the deputy principal plummeted. The number of children being sent to the timeout room during recess and lunch vastly, significantly diminished. And during this program, the deputy principal did not have to call home to any parents about their behaviour in the schoolyard. So we had tremendous effect using sport as a vehicle for developing positive relationships between the different age groups at the school. So a demonstration that sport can be a terrific vehicle for inclusion of multi-age groups and older children being able to take that big brother role in the schoolyard and negotiate with their year level peers for successful outcomes where the younger children were able to get that access to the play space that previously had been denied them or pushed away from them. So I'm suggesting that sport has 4 dimensions to it. Typically, there is education in sport for technical and tactical development so people can be successful in playing the game. And that's a very familiar physical education program and sports coaching program to many. Physical education teachers will also educate about sport, so the biomechanics of the sport, how to do the skill acquisition of the sport, so that children and youth can progressively be independent and self-regulated and self-motivated to be able to teach themselves as adults how to play sports and games. But today I've shared with you that there's an important dimension in physical education, which I call education through sport for personal and social development. That sport uniquely provides opportunities for teamwork and collaboration towards shared goals. It provides the opportunity for the development of persistence and resilience as we struggle through the challenges as a team to beat the opposition that we're playing against in that shared endeavour. And then there is also the education for sport, so we can encourage young people to continue to be active and healthy beyond the school physical education settings. And this is another global worry for us as we get an increasingly sedentary society. And the research is telling us that young people today are less movement competent than their grandparents. They are less physically active than their grandparents. And the consequences of which are that in late life, they're likely to be less healthy than their grandparents because of that sedentariness and that lack of physical activity. So a quality physical education program will have those 4 dimensions: education in sport, education about sport, education through sport, and education for sport. So for sport in physical education to realise its potential as a curriculum for developing a certain type of person, it has to be intentionally designed by the physical education teacher for activities that focus on personal and social skill development, not just the physical domain of learning, where we're learning the technical and tactical skilled aspects of the game. I call that the development of sport literacy. Sport literacy being the capacity to take what we're learning in sport to be an active and healthy citizen, to be able to functionally use what we're learning in physical education in our community for a more active and healthy community. So I talk about the school physical education program moving from the development of game sense, where young people feel confident in their competence to choose to be physically active, to their capacity to do that in a way that is inclusive of diversity, that is tolerant of other people and their thoughts and their feelings and their perspectives, so that we have better communities as a consequence of people's involvements in sport. In the Australian perspective in which I work, this idea of sport for peace and development is directly there in the curriculum in the 2 aspects. On the left-hand side column is our movement and physical activity strand, where we are learning through the game and about the game and in the game. But then we also have personal and social and community health, which is emphasised in our curriculum because it is a health and physical education curriculum. I'm suggesting today that sport can be a vehicle in which the health education component of the curriculum for personal, social and community health and the physical education component of the curriculum to encourage movement and physical activity development can be taught together, whereas historically they are taught as 2 separate classes: health education in the classroom and physical education out on the oval or the pitch. The presentation that I've provided today is based on a chapter that we have in a forthcoming book called Sport in Physical Education for Bullying, Harassment and Violence Prevention. It will be published in the upcoming Youth Wellbeing book, which is being published by Springer and edited by Sibnath Deb. And if you are interested in learning more about what I've been talking about today, I encourage you to have a look at that chapter in the Youth Wellbeing book when it is published later this year. But you can also contact me via email or through LinkedIn to continue the conversation. Thank you for the opportunity to present at this conference today, and in particular to talk about the important role that sport can play in providing a more active and healthy community, but also providing a more socially educated community for greater inclusion, greater social tolerance, and greater respect for each other, so we have better communities because of our involvement in sport. I'll stop my presentation now, and if there is time for questions, I'll invite those questions through the chair of the session.
The session is open for the discussion. Anyone would like to ask any questions, you can raise your questions. Please come over here.
I have the chat bar open, so anybody that watches online can put a comment in the chat bar.
Sir, I am Icgphpss from Bangladesh. I have to know that in Australia, what is the curriculum for primary students only for sports? For primary students only for sports and higher secondary students only for sports. I have to know that what is the education and sports curriculum, especially sports curriculum for primary students in Australia. Please discuss with us. Thank you.
Apologies, that was a bit hard to hear because it was breaking up. Is somebody able to repeat the question or type it in the chat? That was hard to hear.
Sir, please, can you hear me?
Yes?
Sir, I want to know that how is the sports curriculum for primary level students in Australia? Especially, I want to ask that about how many hours they use for sports every day or every week. Please tell us.
Thank you. The primary school curriculum is written for a minimum of 80 hours a year. That's roughly 2 hours a week, so 120 minutes. There's no authority that is checking that schools actually do the 120 minutes a week, but the curriculum is written with the anticipation that a minimum of 120 minutes a week for 40 weeks is what is needed to teach and learn the primary school curriculum. Sport is a focus area. It's one of the movement focus areas of primary school. Primary school physical education starts with a focus on fundamental movement skill development in reception to grade 2. In grade 3, 4, the expectation is that students can develop movement sequences, so a series of fundamental movement skills, such as being able to track a ball, stop a ball, throw a ball to a target. That's a sequence of fundamental movement skills, and that might be in a modified game of cricket. Then in year 5, 6, the expectation is that the phys ed program will start to specialise in particular movements, particular sports and physical activities.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Anyone else would like to ask? Please come on.
Hello.
Hello.
Sir, it was wonderful presentation, and I would like to ask you one question. Like, what are the policies followed in Australia? Sports policies followed in Australia.
The sport policies in Australia. Well, first of all, there is modified sport at entry level. The emphasis in the modified sport programs is the development of general movement capability, which we call fundamental movement skills. An example would be Australian football, often called AFL. There is a program called Auskick. Auskick teaches how to run and bounce a ball, how to kick a ball, mark a ball, handball a ball. So the technical skills, the movement technical skills of football are emphasised, and some fundamentals of thinking about the game tactically are introduced around offence and defence. So how to keep possession of the ball, or maybe how to defend someone by using your body to get into space. But the emphasis in the early years of primary school is on the development of general movement capabilities, which we call fundamental movement skills. And from there, they move into a modified sport program at around about 8 years of age. And that modified sport program gradually introduces the full rules of the game, and children wouldn't be playing the full rules of the game until around about grade 7, so age 12.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
It's really good to hear you, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, actually in Bangladesh, it's difficult to practice sports for the infant and for the young age children. Actually, there are lacking of fields for practicing sports, and as we know, the cognitive process generally develop in infant level. Please share your ideas. How could we make progress for the cognitive level of the infant level students in Bangladesh, as they have lacking of practicing sports there? And there is, I want to inform you that there is lacking of field and indoors facilities to practice sports. Please, sir.
We also have the problem of a lack of facilities, indoors and ovals, for sport as our urban development continues and developers build on the open space that was once available to young people to play an informal game of cricket. The backyards and the driveways are disappearing as multi-storey houses become more common. So the opportunities to get and play cricket in the driveway or the backyard are also disappearing. So we face a common problem there. The thing that we try to work with, the area that we try to work with councils and government, is the activation of spaces for informal sport where we can play modified rules versions of a game. So, for example, for a game of cricket, we need actually very little space because we can play with a spongy ball that you can't hit very far. We can play without a wicket keeper, and if you edge the ball behind, it's an automatic wicket keeper and out. So we can start playing a game of cricket just with a batter, and a bowler in a very small space. The important thing is that we teach young people how to see these spaces as possibilities for physical activity. If our sport and our physical education only teaches competition type cricket with the rules of club cricket, then that's all they know, and they fail to see spaces as opportunities for physical activity. If they've not been encouraged to hit a ball against a wall, they don't walk past a wall and see it as a possibility to activate physical activity. So we have an important role in our physical education programs, but also in the way that we put sport to children in clubs, that we're encouraging to see even small spaces as possibilities to play the game. A popular game in Australia of touch football is normally played on a pitch 100 metres by 60 metres wide, but I could get a plastic bottle or a rolled up sock or a scrunched up newspaper, and that can become a ball. And I can have a very small area and play one-on-one touch football. So we need to have those type of teaching, the informal sport, for the opportunity to see spaces that we're in as an option for physical activity. But unfortunately, the way physical education has been taught in Australia, in particular in recent times, doesn't encourage the modification of rules to suit the environment. It's giving rules to students to play a particular type of the game. So young people who don't have the informal play in the streets, in the yards, etc., where they negotiated rules with their friends, are not developing those same skills in community clubs and sports. So if they're not able to play with their friends in their environment and learn those skills to negotiate rules to activate spaces, our sports clubs and our PE programs need to provide that teaching for young people.
Thank you, sir. Please give me an information that is traveling a part of physical education or not?
Traveling?
Yes, sir.
As in riding a bike?
So traveling is traveling a part of physical education? We can consider it.
If it's active transport, such as skateboarding, bike riding, scooting, then yes, because they are movement competencies. In primary school, we would teach active balance. Active balance becomes being able to stand on a surfboard or a scooter or a bike or a skateboard or rollerblades. So yes, they're all means of transportation, and they are very important parts of physical education, giving people those competencies to move using active transport.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable answers to the all questions. And it is indeed a great presentation by Dr. Shane Pill, and he has enlightened on the topic policies for sports and physical activities. During his presentation, he has mainly highlighted how sports becoming physically, mentally, socially and emotionally development takes place in the children, and how the sports makes the development of brain in the children has been highlighted in his keynote speech. And on behalf of SMIT and all the organizers, I would like to thank Dr. Shane Phil for sharing your views and experiences on this topic. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for the opportunity to be with you today.
Okay, we are in running short of time, and we go to the next presentation of the paper presentation. Miss Rosila Luitel, she is going to present on the topic occurrence and associated risk factors of peripheral neuropathy and peripheral arterial disease in patient with type 2 diabetes mellitus attending Tertiary Care Hospital of Sikkim, a cross-sectional studies. You have been given 10 minutes time to present your paper. Please.
SMIT.
Where is it?
Good afternoon, everyone present here. As per National Family Health Survey 5, 2019-20, the prevalence of diabetes mellitus in Indian population is 74.2 million. Being more specific to Sikkim population, 12.2% of female and 15.7% of male have diabetes mellitus. With increase in diabetes mellitus prevalence, there is chance of increase in occurrence of its two major complications, which are peripheral arterial disease and diabetic peripheral neuropathy. These two complications has lead immense effect on physical and mental health of people who are living with diabetes mellitus. So my objective is to estimate the occurrence of diabetes peripheral neuropathy and peripheral arterial disease in population who visit tertiary care hospital of Sikkim, and to find out the risk factor associated with it. This was a observational cross-sectional study held in tertiary care hospital of Sikkim, that is Central Referral Hospital OPD, Medicine OPD. After taking approval from Institutional Ethical Committee, data collection was commenced by single assessor in a participant visiting Medicine OPD from November 22 to February 2023. Those with the diagnosis of type 2 diabetes mellitus and pre-diabetes age above 18 years and of both the genders were included in this study, whereas those providing the history of surgery in last 2 months, those with the neurological condition, cognitive impairment, and those with the hypothyroidism and gestational diabetes mellitus were excluded from the study. Patient information sheet was provided to each participant and informed consent was received from each of them. Descriptive data such as age, gender, sex, BMI, HbA1c level, and the durations of diabetes were recorded. Diabetes peripheral neuropathy was assessed using a gold standard device, which is biothesiometer, that helped to assess the vibration perception threshold and which help us to know the loss of protective sensation. 10 gram monofilament was also used in addition with biothesiometer so as to assess the loss of protective sensation. To diagnose peripheral arterial disease, automatic digital blood pressure monitor was used so as that it helped to find out the ankle brachial index. All of these assessments were done in patient lying down in supine. So these are the pictorial form of procedure where picture 1 depicts the assessment of vibration perception threshold using biothesiometer device. Picture 2 depicts the assessment of anchored brachial index using digital BP monitor. Picture 3 depicts the assessment of protective sensation using 10-gram monofilament. These were the different instruments that was used in the assessment, where picture 1 is of biothesiometer device, picture 2 is of BP monitor, picture 3 is of 10-gram monofilament. All of these devices has well-established sensitivity and specificity. In result, a preliminary analysis of 81 participants was done using SPSS version of 24. Descriptive statistic was analyzed for frequency distribution, percentage, mean, and standard deviation as depicted in table number 1. The association of SbA1c, durations of diabetes, and waist hip circumference with the occurrence of peripheral arterial disease and peripheral neuropathy was assessed by using Pearson correlation as depicted in table number 2, 3, 4 and 5. The level of significance was kept at 0.05. So this is the table number 1, which depicts the descriptive statistic, where the mean age of total of 81 population was 54.26 with plus minus 5.8 standard deviation. Table number 2 depicts the frequency distributions of peripheral neuropathy, where 17.3% of 81 population had diabetes peripheral neuropathy. Table number 2 depicts the frequency distributions of peripheral arterial disease with total of 44.4% out of 81 population. This table depicts the correlation between occurrence of peripheral neuropathy and its risk factor, where, as you can see, only the SbA1c level is weakly correlated with the occurrence of peripheral neuropathy with R value 0.224. The waist hip circumference and the durations of diabetes did not have any correlation. Table number 5 depicts the correlation between occurrence of peripheral arterial disease and its risk factor, where again only the SbA1c was moderately correlated with R value 0.387. Approximately half of the included diabetes mellitus patient were found to have peripheral arterial disease, whereas almost 1/4 of them had the diabetes peripheral neuropathy. Similar findings were found in a study performed in year 2018 by Veva et al., where they found a high prevalence of diabetes peripheral neuropathy and peripheral arterial disease to be less than 50%. The prevalence of diabetic foot in South Indian population was found to be 51.8%, and of diabetes peripheral neuropathy and peripheral arterial disease were found to be 39.3% and 10.8%. The prevalence of peripheral arterial disease in India was 36% in a study conducted in year 2018. So as we can see, the Sikkim population, as like that of the other study done before, had the higher prevalence of both the complication. Our study found a positive correlationship of the SbA1c level with the occurrence of peripheral arterial disease and diabetes peripheral neuropathy. As per the recent paper of 2020, there is increase in risk of prevalence of peripheral arterial disease by 20% if there is steady increase in SbA1c level. A case control study conducted in year 2022 found out the odds of diabetes peripheral neuropathy was 1.23 with elevated SbA1c level. The odds of peripheral arterial disease in patients with SbA1c level more than or equal to 7 was found to be 2.74. So these add upon our research finding that with the increase in level of SbA1c, there is high risk of having both the complication, that is diabetes peripheral neuropathy and peripheral arterial disease. Past literature found out the increase in duration of diabetes was strongly correlated with the prevalence of diabetes peripheral neuropathy, but our study did not find any correlation. The possible reason behind our finding might be that majority of our population, that is 81 participants that we included in the study, among them 43% were at their early stage of type 2 diabetes mellitus, that is less than 1 year. Our study found no any correlation between waist hip circumference with the occurrence of both the complication. However, the study conducted in Korea in year 2019 found out the significant correlation of with p-value 0.0008 between the occurrence of both the complication. In the same study, the associations of waist hip circumference with peripheral arterial disease was also found to be greatly correlated. So, since this is a preliminary analysis of actual study population is of 200, but this, since it is the preliminary analysis of only 81 participants, so due to small sample size, we were not able to find out the significant association between different variables. So, for the possibility of future research, there is possibility to conduct longitudinal study to find out possible confounding factor to assess the variability in association. So these are my references. So thank you so much. You are free to ask questions if you have any. Yeah. Any question? Yeah. Yeah. For those with diabetes peripheral neuropathy and peripheral arterial disease in type 2 diabetes mellitus, usually what they have is they will have weakness of intrinsic foot muscles. So we have specific intrinsic foot muscle which are mainly focused on increasing the strength of intrinsic muscles of foot. So for that, there are a few exercises such as training the toes abductor muscle, training the intrinsic foot muscle by curling of the towel roll, and then even standing in unilateral stance. Unilateral stance and the heel rows will help to increase the strength of intrinsic foot muscle, which eventually cause again the neuro regeneration of those nerves which were being denervated due to increase in HbA1c level. So with that, we can even prevent and minimize the rate of neuropathy in diabetes mellitus patient. So mostly for to talk about intensity, since diabetes peripheral neuropathy, whoever has diabetes peripheral neuropathy could be divided into mild, moderate and severe neuropathy by using biothesiometer device itself. So those who are in mild diabetic neuropathy, they could be trained with the advanced exercise such as unilateral stand, heel raise and all. There is no any specific 30 repetition for 2 sets in a whole day is the prescribed exercise prescription for those with the diabetic neuropathy. So that is the dose, exact dose. And about the intensity, exercise, the type of exercise itself, the limit for those patients for the prescription. So there is no any 20%, 30% like exercise prescription, since intrinsic muscle is itself a small group of muscle. So for that, the type of exercise is the limit, so as to prescribe the exercise. Yes.
Thank you for your in-depth research, particularly to respond question given your area during Back to the almost one is only correlated one and two others are not.
Yes.
The others also. But they all that is talking about the population of South Indians. In one sense, is quite good. And if you draw the power that very negligible to draw conclusion of the population, I think better if you just talk about the population, the sample, talk about the population. But to give it to finally,
Yeah, actually, for the final analysis, we have taken almost 200 populations, so that at least of North Indian population could be compared with those with South Indian population. But since this is just a preliminary analysis, so the results are not that very associated. Yes. Yes, sure.
Thank you for the presentation.
This Rosila's presentation is very practical and very scientific in finding out the occurrence and associated risk factors of peripheral neuropathy and peripheral arterial diseases. Thank you, Ms. Rosila, for your presentation. The next speaker on the paper presentation by Mr. Binish Shah Shakya is going to present on functional capacity and health-related quality of life in long COVID patients. Please.
Yes. Okay, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone present here. So COVID-19, this particular war has created a tragic effect on millions of individuals and lots of countries worldwide. The effect that it has created, needless to say, every one of us are still living in a fear with it. Many countries had deadliest outbreak in mid-2020 to 2022, with India also on the top rank. The unimaginable condition then have slowly recovered now, but everyone are learning to cope with it, but the impact that it has created on the infected individuals are widely ranged. We have witnessed the cases who are asymptomatic, with those who required months and months of hospitalization, with also few of them still living with the symptoms that they had during COVID-19 infection. So this brings to the objective of this study to determine the impact of long COVID on functional capacity and health-related quality of life in long COVID patients. So basically in this study, the long COVID participants are those who have passed 12 weeks of infection after COVID and they are still having few of the persistent symptoms. So if they have it, they are termed as the long COVID. This is a cross-sectional study in which 35 of the participants were included who are long COVID according to the eligibility criteria. Study approval was obtained from Institutional Research Committee and Institutional Ethics Committee SMIMS and Central Clinical Trial Registry India. The registration was also obtained from them. Participants who were above 14 years of age and were confirmed case of COVID-19 with positive RT-PCR were included in the study, whereas those people who had these conditions like unstable heart disease, chronic kidney disease, active pulmonary infection, COPD, and any other condition with active treatment in past 6 months were excluded, keeping in mind that this might affect the quality of life in the individuals. The socio-demographic data and clinical characteristics were obtained once the participants provided us with the informed consent. Functional capacity was assessed with 6-minute walk distance test, and health-related quality of life was obtained with European Quality of Life 5-dimension 5-level questionnaire. All the assessments were conducted by the physiotherapist in physiotherapy department at Central Referral Hospital in Manipal, Sikkim. Data were analyzed using descriptive and inferential statistics with alpha level set at less than 0.05. So 6-minute walk distance test that was conducted in our own physiotherapy department in the 30-meter long run, 30-meter pathway, and all the guidelines and instructions were followed according to American Thoracic Society guidelines. Similarly, European Quality of Life 5-dimension 5-level questionnaire has 5 dimensions that assess the quality of life, and that's usual activity, pain, anxiety, mobility, and self-care. And there are different levels of the problems ranging from no problems to severe problems. And both of these outcome measures have a good psychometric properties in the respiratory pulmonary conditions. So a total of 35 participants were diagnosed with long COVID were included in our study and was analyzed using Icgphpss 1320.0. The descriptive statistic and clinical characteristics are depicted in the next slide. So the mean age of the participants were 30.89, and female were more among the participants. The mean BMI was 23.64, and among the comorbidities assessed, hypertension, diabetes mellitus, and hypothyroidism. Hypertension was the common one. So coming to the figure A, where it depicts the number of COVID-19 infection. So this explains how many times the participants had COVID. So most of the participants had COVID a single time. This is the one that is represented in blue color, followed by green color, where the participants had COVID more than two times, and the yellow, which depicts the participants having COVID more than 3 times, and the last one, purple one, where the participants had the COVID more than 3 times. The other figure B is the duration since the last COVID-19 infection. So it's during the time of data collection, what's the duration that the patient had, the participants had since the last COVID infection, and most of the participants fell in the group where they had already passed more than 2 years of COVID-19 infection, followed by 1 year and 9 to 12 months and 6 to 9 months. So the participants were divided into different stages of COVID according to WHO, but in our collection, during the process of our data collection, we found only those who lied in asymptomatic stage and in mild stage. So 20% of them were symptomatic, and 80% fell in the mild symptoms group. So this was the main outcome, where we checked out the functional capacity with 6-minute walk distance. The mean 6-minute walk distance was 469.4 meter, whereas the predicted, which was calculated according to the formula, was 551.9 meters. So since you can see the decrease in the distance of the COVID participants. The other was different domains of the quality of life, and there were anxiety, pain, usual activity, self-care, and mobility. And the problems are ranged from no problems to severe problems. So in these domains, most of the participants had the severe problem in anxiety, followed by pain, followed by usual activity and mobility. Whereas in self-care domain, the participants did not have any problem. There was a moderate positive correlation that was assessed between the functional capacity and quality of life. So it was found to be 0.409. Then we also found the correlation with the VAS scale, that is one of the component of the quality of life questionnaire, and it was significant. So different domains of the quality of life, the 5 domains, were used to predict the functional capacity, and since we can see the regression coefficient is less, so this concludes that the domains of the quality of life could not strongly predict the functional capacity of the long COVID patients, participants. Now coming to the discussion. The main aim was to determine the functional capacity and quality of life of the patient, and the study that was done in 2005 in SARS survivors, they have concluded that the health status of the survivors after 1 year was still lower than the general population. So that was the similar finding that we had in our study too. Similar study was done also in Switzerland, where they had followed up the COVID patients after 1 year, which also reported the decrease in the walking distance. So the regions might be due to muscle wasting, decrease in the strength, endurance of proximal and distal muscles, deconditioning, myopathy of the SARS survivors. The next is the different domains of the quality of life that were assessed. So in this study, there was slight problems reported for usual activity and mobility, likewise slight to moderate problems for pain, and moderate to severe problems for anxiety. So in this, since we reported more of the problems in anxiety, and as per a prospective cohort study, the anxiety was more at 12 months than at 6 months. So this might be due to virus infection, immune response, isolation, reduced social contact, or incomplete recovery of the physical health. Also, fatigue, which is the most common symptom of post-COVID, might also have led to the decrease in the functional capacity and ultimately the quality of life. The moderate significant correlation that was concluded between the functional capacity and the quality of life in long COVID patient, it can be explained since 6-minute walk distance is representative of the daily activities, and the domains of the quality of life is also related to the activities done in the daily living. So this significant correlation may be attributed to the exercise capacity performed in the activities of daily living. So since this study was a hospital-based study, we might have some selection bias of the participants, because we only included those participants who were able to visit the hospital and then visit the physiotherapy department. Those who were confined to their place and who could not come might have been missed during this. So that was the main limitation. The future researches can be done, including all the stages of the COVID-19 and following up in the long term, so as to see their condition, to follow up their condition over years. So these are my references.
Any questions? No, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Binisha Shakya, for your presentation. And we have the next paper presenter, Mr. Piyush Kumar, research scholar from UK. Effect of cognitive training on working memory and task switching ability. Is going to present his paper online.
Hello, am I audible? Hello?
Yeah, you are very much audible.
Okay, good afternoon to all. My name is Piyush and I'm a research scholar with Department of Physical Education, University of Kerala. So my topic is effect of cognitive training on working memory and task switching ability. So starting the before presenting the paper, I would like to go behind this paper with some background this information. So in like one of our co-presenter from Bangladesh asked a question about cognitive training in early ages, in middle ages, and regarding old age, and the limitations that we have both in India and Bangladesh, almost all of the South Asian countries. So this paper, I have used a certain training program called cognitive training program, which I have designed myself, which can incorporate like all those aspects. So I'll begin. So the term cognition is generally referred to as the mental process of assimilating knowledge and understanding through experience and thoughts. Generally, cognition is an umbrella term which describes all the important mental functions. So, like problem solving or decision making or learning some new things and all, it all comes under cognition. So, actually, it's an umbrella term. So, it's an important aspect in one's life because no matter whatever we do in daily life or in academic life or in sports life or means in athletic life, all requires cognition. The cognition is actually you cannot means acquire cognition. It's already innate. You just can take it to a next level. So in the field of cognition research, the research has gone at an exponential rate. It is because like nowadays people have started realizing the importance of cognition in everyday life, and as the scientific advancements has happened, so the importance of cognitive research has come into light in the recent past only. And in India, it's gaining its pace in now in the recent decades only. So what is cognitive training? So like cognitive training is anything that we try to do or we try to target the important mental functions can be termed as cognitive training. So it is the intent of cognitive training is to enhance, not to create new cognitive abilities, to enhance what is like already available within an individual. So these programs primarily focus on the basic functions of brain that supports cognition. So the important functions like executive functions like working memory or attention or decision making, fluid intelligence, all can be targeted through cognitive training. So and like many researchers throughout the world have used varieties of cognitive training methods as their tool for training. Like the mostly used methods are the digital methods that are available online, like Cogmet, Cognifit, things like that. And or some have used like specifically designed equipments that they have designed. But in our Indian aspect, it's not possible because we have the limitation, like fund limitation and space limitation, etc. And the efficacy of a cognitive training can be effectively understood. Like we don't even need a test to understand if some cognitive training program is working or not. We just need if I'm the trainer, I'm training someone using one of my cognitive training programs. I can easily understand by the improvement that he shows in the next 1 week or next 2 weeks, and how well he is performing in his other tasks or in the task that I am giving to him or her. So like through in this paper, I have only took considered working memory and task switching as a dependent variable. So like for working memory, it is a short-term memory. It is a short-term memory which we like which helps in temporarily holding information, and it is very important in for decision making and creating behavioral patterns for reasoning and all. So, and task switching is the ability of a person to change his attention effortlessly and flawlessly from one thing to other. So, basically or simply, we can say task switching is like shifting attention. So, and both of these abilities, whether working memory or task switching, in fact, all the cognitive abilities in that working memory and task switching are very important for an individual, whether that be a student or that be a child or that be an athlete or that be someone who is working or that be for a person at the old age. So it is an important aspect in every human being's life. So the materials and methods that I have used. So for conducting this study, I had purposefully selected 24 male subjects from a sports hostel in the Trivandrum district of Kerala, and their age ranged between them 18 to 23 years. Then they were screened based on certain criteria. As I have selected sports persons, they were again screened based on certain criteria, and these criteria were that they should be involved in regular physical activities. And all the athletes I had selected were intercollegiate athletes. But the subjects which I preferred were the current playing athletes. And the other criteria was that they should be fully willing to be a part of the study, and other than that, they should not be having any physical injury or any mental discomfort like stress or injuries or like mental injuries, something like that, depression and all. So after screening 54 subjects and all those processes, I got 14 subjects. Then I have divided them into two groups, randomly divided into two groups: control group and the experimental group. The control group was waitlist control group, so that during the test now they should perform well. So apart from me, the author, one other trainer was recruited. Another physical education teacher was recruited, who was given in hand training and the testing procedure training by the author only. So, and the data like what we have discussed earlier for this screening, the screening purpose, open-ended questionnaire was used to collect all the data. And the experiment design that I have followed is a quasi-experimental, descriptive, and analytical research design. So the intervention is, it's a self-designed cognitive training program, which I have designed it with the help of some other some other experts in the field of psychology, and with the intent to specifically train target working memory and task switching. So the entire training lasts for 15 minutes, and it went for 3 weeks continuous, like 21 days continuous training. This training duration was adapted based on the recommendation of some previous studies, like that I have mentioned, yes, from Icgphpss and Nauchi. So the cognitive training program was specifically designed to target work, as I said earlier. So this training that I have designed it included the physical and mental aspect. Like I have said that there are multiple training variations regarding cognition. So like the unique one that I have used for my study was which integrated both the mental and physical aspects. So the mental aspect and physical aspect in a mild way. So like the physical aspects were like walking, throwing, and tapping the ball. Ball means tennis ball. So, and I have used this thing that, as I mentioned earlier, like in India and all the South Asian countries, we have limited resources and all those things. So the equipments that I have used and the space that I have used, all are easily available, and the methodology like that which I'll be sharing, the methodology is also easily doable, even as athlete himself or a parent, like for children's parent or someone like who has little knowledge about psychology or physical education can easily administer this in schools and all. So this is the cognitive training program that I have used. So the training using ball is it in progression level. Like I have used the concept of sports training, like progression of load. So training using ball like in progression. The ball is tennis ball actually. So and along with that, numbers pasted on the wall and remembering those numbers. And this first training variable goes for 6 minutes. Then there is a 3 minutes rest. Then there is number cancellation. Actually, numbers cancellation is a test that is used by psychologists in the field of psychology. So number cancellation plus walking means along with number cancellation, you have to walk. I'll be showing the videos. That too also 6 minutes. After which, after both these training variables, then the athlete will, or the person will reproduce the numbers from the first activity, like the numbers pasted on the wall. The person has to remember that. So this is the weekly training plan. So week 1, tapping the tennis ball, one ball on the ground using both the hands. Along with that, reading the numbers pasted on the wall. Actually, the numbers pasted on the wall will be in large font. I'll show that the large font. And the trainer, when the trainer calls out a number, the subject has to throw the ball on that particular number using preferred hand, then catch it back and start tapping again on the ground. Again, after that, 3 minutes rest. Then slow walking in a desired area. Like they can walk anywhere. Along with that, number cancellation. Number cancellation again in an A4 sheet at large font size. And after the finally, the subject has to write down the 7 numbers that the trainer has asked them to throw the ball. That means when the number cancellation is happening, the trainer will call out certain words. Like if there is apple, banana, and 7 words, so the trainer will call out like apple, then banana in a sequence. So the participant has to remember those sequences in that same manner and to reproduce that. Same way, the second week, the process is same, just the progression of load. The number space in the second week, the number space on the wall has increased, and the size of the number cancellation has changed to medium font. And the trainer calls out 9 words. In the first week, we have called 7 words, and the second week it was 9 words. And in the third week, again, the size of the words pasted on the wall has changed to medium font, and the numbers also has increased to 11 words. And during walking, the walking has changed to brisk walking, that too in a designated area. That's the trainer decides an area for walking, and the subject has to walk inside that area and cancel the number. And again, the numbers size has also changed. Okay, so these are the training methods. The one in the right hand side is number cancellation along with walking, and on the left hand side is tapping the ball on the ground, and this thing. Okay, so the evaluation it's started for 15 to 30 minutes, and the digit span test was used for measuring working memory. And in the right hand corner is a picture of digit span test. It was actually, this test is administered orally, but here I have used a online software called Sci Toolkit, which has been recommended by other authors also for smooth conducting of the test. The other test for the other variable is TMT, a trail marking test for measuring task switching. Actually, I have used TMT-B. It has 2 parts, A and B. The A measures visual attention and B measures task switching. So I have used task switching for TMT-B for task switching, and the picture of that is below. So the results for measuring, the results were analyzed using ANACOVA. We actually conducted normality and analysis and to decide parametric or non-parametric. After which I have used ANACOVA, and the level of significance was set as 0.05 levels, and the SPSS 21.0 was used. These are the table values. So the ANACOVA result shows that there was significant difference between the pre-test and post-test of both groups, but experimental group showed better variance, and the partial ETA, like, which shows at 0.337 variance. That means if we compare it with the Cohen's guidelines, it is 37.7% variance, and for working memory, and 32.0% variance in the task switching ability. So, and this is the pairwise comparison also. Here also the mean difference of post test is showing here, and using Cohen's guidelines, as I mentioned earlier, there is 3.377 variance and 0.320 variance. Discussion and findings. As I have discussed, that 3 weeks of training, like 21 days continuous training, has helped has improved the working memory and task switching ability of the sportsmen that I have selected, my findings falls in line with the findings of Merbi Livang, which is she has studied the a huge number of studies and concluded that cognitive training improves working memory, and of Hong, who is training program to train their words, but has to modify it little bit here and there. So these are the references. Thank you. Any questions, please?
Any questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Piyush Kumar, for your presentation. In this first scientific session, the first keynote speaker, Dr. Shane Pill, has presented his presentation on the topic policies for sports and physical activity. And also in this session, three paper presenters, Ms. Rosila Loitil, Ms. Binisha Shakya, Mr. Piyush Kumar. On behalf of organizing committee, I would like to thank you all for your good presentations. And at the outside, I would like to thank Professor G.L. Sharma, Director, SMIT, and Dr. Rakesh Vishwakarma, Organizing Secretary of the conference, for giving me an opportunity to serve as chairperson to this scientific session. And thank you one and all.
Thank you, Dr. Karvesa. Thank you for chair the session. I would like to request all the dignitaries and participants to proceed for the lunch, and the next session will be at 3 o'clock. Thank you. Venue is mess. I think Bangladesh people know, they know, and other dignitaries, they follow them. Please, thank you.
Good afternoon to everyone. I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. I would like to thank Dr. Vishwas for being the chairman for this session, and my dear delegates who have come from different places, different countries. I welcome you once again to Sikkim, one of the beautiful state, of course, to Sikkim Manipal Institute of Technology, because I also belong to Sikkim Manipal Institute of Technology. When Dr. Rakesh requested me to speak, I thought that perhaps I should be speaking on something which is relevant for everyone, rather than being specific for some people. And then there is one topic which I have, by virtue of being a teacher for a long time, I have interacted with the students a lot, and therefore I understand, that they are under a lot of stress. Not only the students, even adults, the grown-up people are also under stress. And therefore, this is one aspect which I have been looking into for quite some time. When we talk about stress, I'm sure you have heard of the term stress management. Has anyone heard the term elimination of stress? Have you heard it? But it is the management of stress. I mean, wherever you go, you'll find that essentially people talk about stress management. But I am taking a different route, and I am talking about what you call the elimination of stress. Now, let me tell you that whatever I shall be discussing, I am not claiming it to be original. I mean, a lot of the ideas I have picked up from Buddhism. And of course, I find that even the modern psychology, they have also picked it up from Buddhism, because in modern psychology also these concepts are there in a different manner. They are there, but not necessarily for the stress. But I am taking it in the context of stress. But interestingly, even those people, I mean, the psychologists also, they say that they picked it up from what you call the Buddhist philosophy. Now, going ahead, these are the three approaches that I would be discussing: the cognitive, the behavioral, and the humanistic. I'm sure we have some people from Sikkim, so they may have heard the story of Kesang Gautami. Now, this is a story, very simple story, and a very ancient story, according to which there was this lady who lost her child. And she was inconsolable. She believed that, that this cannot happen, this should not happen, and something is wrong, and it needs to be corrected. So she went around, asking everyone to bring the child to life once again. And she was very sure it can be done. Then, everybody said, no, it cannot be done, it cannot be done. And then, she was, almost desperate. Then there was this gentleman, he said that you do one thing, Buddha has come over here, and therefore he is just outside the village. Please go and take his, he can bring the child back. So she was very happy. She immediately ran to him. And the Buddha, he listened to her and said that, yes, I would bring the child alive. Just bring a handful of soil from any house where no death has taken place, any family where no death has taken place. So she was very happy. She rushed. She went to the first house and she said that, has there been any death in your family? They said, yes. Then she went to the second, she went to the third, she went to the 50th, she went to the 60th. And then suddenly, the wisdom dawned onto her, that death is everywhere, it is inevitable, and I must accept it. And that was the time when she again went to Buddha and she said that, yes, I have understood that it cannot happen. And then she became one of his disciples. Okay, and he named her Kesang Gautami. Now, my question to you is, do you agree with me that she was under a lot of stress throughout? Yeah, she was under a lot of stress. But why was she under the stress? Anyone? Okay, anyone who can actually refine it better, even much more? She was not accepting it, which means there was some cognitive issues. When we say cognitive, the word cognitive is derived from the word cognition. The word cognition, some of you may not know if you do not have the background of psychology, but then you know the word recognition. Now, what is the difference between cognition and recognition? Recognition is, suppose I have met all of you and now again I met you somewhere. I will recognize you. Fine. But right now I am meeting some of them, okay, the delegates from Bangladesh, I am meeting for the first time. So this is a process of cognition. Fine. So before recognition, there has to be a cognition. Fine. So cognition essentially refers to how you process the information. Okay, how your mind processes the information. And if you start processing it in a wrong manner, okay, obviously you are going to have a lot of stress. Okay, and that is why, even in psychology also, they have this cognitive approach that is for almost, the therapy itself. Now, the cognitive correction, as I said, that if you have a wrong thought in your mind, obviously you are going to be under the stress. And therefore, one of the best approaches for eliminating stress is that challenge that particular thought. First, identify that thought, then challenge it, and then, get rid of that thought. And once you do that, automatically, you will not be under stress. We can be more positive, logical beliefs, and so on. Fine. Now, these are some of the most common cognitive distortions that we come across. I mean, again, this I developed on the basis of, by looking at my students. One of them is a mental filter. Okay. A mental filter means if I ask you to go to Gangtok and take one round over the Mahatma Gandhi Marg. Now, at the end of it, if I start asking you, which shops do you remember? Will you remember all the shops? But you have seen all the shops. Okay. And what is more, the shops I remember, you will not remember it. And the shops that you remember, I may not remember it. Why does that happen? There are mental filters. Okay. Right now, suppose I am feeling a very strong need to buy a mobile. Okay. As soon as I come across a mobile shop, it will strike, okay, perhaps should I buy from here or not? Fine. Other people who have no issues of the mobile, they are not going to look into it. Fine. So it is as simple as that. But then our mental filters are not, simply in the case of something like what you call the consumer behavior. Unfortunately, in life itself, we come across, we make these filters. Okay. We have what you call the we versus them attitude. Okay. We want to believe that maybe I, as a Sikkimese person, I am different from people of Assam, or I am different from people of Punjab. Okay. And that gives us, some kind of maybe mental filters. If there are people, for example, I'm very sure, at least in India, China is not really a very popular country. Okay. And therefore, if you are told that China, a Chinese, he did something very good for Indians. Okay, you would not want to believe that. Okay, because you don't believe that they can do it. So mental filter has come. On the other hand, if somebody says that no, one Indian has done something very good for China, oh yes, Indians are good people. Fine. But then if you come across something where, they say China has done something very evil, oh yes, they are evil people. Okay, and then if some Indian does it, you say, oh God, there may be an exceptional case, but Indians are not that. Now, imagine if this goes on for years together, a time will come when you will have, because of the mental filter, the goodness of Chinese has been filtered out, the goodness of Indians has been taken in, the badness of Chinese has been taken in, the evilhood of Indians has been kept away. So a time will come when your mind will be full of, two compartments, one saying that Indians are very good, Chinese are very good. Okay, this is called bias. This is called prejudice. Okay, and whether we like it or not, each one of us has our own share of prejudices. Okay, I was fortunate to be born in a family where my father was very clear that I should not be prejudiced. But still, even today, I find that very often my first reaction is a very, very prejudiced reaction. Okay, it is only after that, suddenly I tell myself, no, I should not be doing that, and then only I am able to correct it. Fine. So, I mean, when I have been brought up in that manner, if that happens, I can understand if others are having it. Fine. Now, imagine that you have a deep hatred for China and Chinese people, and somehow you are sent to China. Will you be a happy person? Will you be under stress? Yes. So that's how the mental filter works. The second one is a dichotomous thinking. By the word dichotomous, we mean two. Okay, many of us, we believe there are two worlds, exceptionally good, exceptionally bad. Okay, so by dichotomous thinking, you begin to think, okay, if things go bad, it will go, the worst possible. Okay, when we talk about the Murphy's Law, I think the Murphy's Law, the concept itself has been taken from this. That, if something goes bad, then other things will also go bad, then other things will also go bad, and ultimately nothing will be left for you. Okay, but then you must realize that our future, our world is not black and white. Our world and our future and we ourselves, we are gray people. Okay, there is some good, there is some bad. If you talk about your own luck or your own destiny, there would be some good things over there, some bad things would be there. Fine. So, which means that yes, okay, I lost here, but I win over here. It will not happen that you'll keep on losing. You'll keep on losing. Okay, yes, I know there are some Hindi movies where they really, glorify this concept of the victim. But that does not happen. Okay, that does not happen. Okay. The third one is what you call the mind reading. There is obviously a gender bias into it. Okay, the women do it a lot, particularly the wives. They do a lot of mind reading. Okay, so I was reading, there was this article over there where this wife, she is writing her diary, and she says that yesterday was our anniversary, and he promised me that he will take me for a candlelight dinner, and he came in time, and he took me over there. He brought flowers for me. He brought a gift for me, but still I could feel that his mind was somewhere else. Okay, I could see that when I was conversing with him, then, his mind was dwelling here and there, and he was not himself. Now, what could be wrong? I think he was doing everything just, as a sense of duty. He no longer loves me. Perhaps there is another woman in his life. Okay, and it must be, that lady who's working with him in the office, and he seems to be very fond of him. And obviously, she's better than me. She's more beautiful than me. Then perhaps he will marry her. I don't know what will happen. I cannot live without him. Okay, and his diary. The husband is also writing diary. His diary writes, "Damn it, India lost the match." Fine. Okay. I accept that we are obviously affected. If India loses a match, yes. I would also be slightly upset. I won't be myself. So you see the mind reading. Now, mind reading, generally, it takes you elsewhere. So many of our stresses, when I talk to my students, many of their stresses are these, that, that person does not like me, and, if this happens, then he will not help me or she will not help me. All those kinds of mind readings are over there. Then, of course, we have another issue. We call it the catastrophic exaggeration. Catastrophic exaggeration also is very similar to what you call the dichotomous thinking, where, you keep on thinking that the worst is going to happen. Okay, I have seen people, who are so scared it goes so much into their mind that they are actually sick. Okay, they have to go to a clinical psychologist or even to a psychiatrist also. Why? Because they keep on looking into their future and they find absolutely nothing over there. Fine? Blaming. Another, distortion, cognitive distortion is that we want to believe that, that we are not responsible for anything. Fine, if I get bad marks, it is not because, I didn't pay attention, I didn't study. If I'm getting bad marks, it is because maybe the teacher does not like me. Maybe my parents are not intelligent, so I have inherited their idiocy. Or maybe the God is against me. Maybe the destiny is against me. Okay, and I don't like Sikkim if they are in SMIT, that is. And so on, you can find, as many excuses as you want to. And this is one reason where we try to tell people that start taking responsibility for yourself. If something good happens to you, it must have happened because you made a good decision. Okay, if something bad has happened to you, you must have made some bad decision. It is as simple as that. Okay, it is not that if you keep on making good decision, you will become what is his name? The Microsoft owner, Bill Gates. Okay, so it is not that you will become Bill Gates, but then still you will be having a very happy existence. Fine. And of course, then we have control beliefs. Okay, the control beliefs are both that I have been controlled. I mean, somehow, sometimes you are in a situation and you believe that you cannot do anything about it. You just have to suffer. Okay, it could be with your parents, it could be with your friends. Okay, I come across students who know that, they are with a bunch of students who will not study and who will not let him study also. But then they believe they are under so much control of those students that they cannot say no to them. Okay, and even if they know that, it is happening, they believe they are helpless. Okay, I come across students, who play computer games the entire night and then wake up at 12 o'clock. And then they have zero attendance. And then they are not allowed to appear for the examination. And when you talk to them, that, okay, give up computer games, that I cannot do. How can I survive without playing computer games? Okay, so they believe they are under the control of that computer game. So it is not, just that you are under the control of somebody else. You come under the control of maybe something as innocent sounding as computer game also. And then, of course, there is another extreme where you see I must control. Okay, we come across today, we generally in India, at least we are talking about what you call the pampered child. Okay, by pampered child, we mean a child who gets everything. And he gets everything because, he can control his parents. Okay, the moment parents say that, no, I will not do this, they say, okay, then I'm cutting my hand immediately. We have had some students of that kind. And unfortunately, the parents are also so weak, they say, okay, don't do it. Whatever you are saying, we will agree to it. I assure you, I told my daughters in the beginning itself that the day you say that I will commit suicide, I will bring a rope, I will bring a poison, and I will bring a gun for you. Your choices. I was very sure on that. I said, I won't be blackmailed. Now, but then these children, they get so much into the habit of controlling their parents that then when they come out, they also want to control. Okay, I have had some weird experiences where, there was this boy who said that I like this girl. The girl did not agree to be his friend. And then, he said he stopped attending classes and other things and he told his mother that come over immediately, and then the mother came, and then he said that if that girl does not become my friend, then I'm going to die. And then the mother, she was also idiotic enough to go to that girl and say, please become his friend. And the girl was under a lot of pressure, and then she came to us. I said, nothing doing. And then we told the mother that we'll throw you out of the campus if you are going to do that. I said, she's not your daughter. You do whatever you want to do with your son. But if you talk to somebody else's son or daughter, we will call the police in. Fine. So now, somehow that boy, he wanted to control. When he found that he cannot control, he thought, maybe I can control my mother, so let me control her through my mother. Okay, so those are again, but whatever we say, that boy was under a lot of stress. You agree with that? Right? So that's what we mean. These are all cognitive distortions. These are some of the, cognitive distortions I come across a lot with the students. I cannot be happy unless everyone likes me. Okay, I mean, there are some people who believe that, if even one person does not smile at them, the world has come to an end. They want everyone to like them. Okay, this is what we call the classic hero or a heroine syndrome. In the Hindi movie, the hero or the heroine, they are perfect. Everybody likes them. Okay, if they are singing, they are the best singer. If they are playing, they are the best players. So everybody, looks at them with awe. Okay, life is fair. But who said life is fair? I mean, if you look around yourself, you'll find that life can be very, very unfair. The other day, my cat, she had 3 babies, and the dog killed all 3 of them. Now, fortunately, that cat is not into cognitive distortions. Otherwise, she will be very sad. What has happened, kind of. So life is not fair. It is not fair to her. If it is not fair to her, then why should it be fair to us? Bad things don't happen to good people. Good things don't happen to bad people. In the end, bad people will always get punished. If I am intelligent or if I work hard, I'll be successful. All these are, distortions. All religions generally, they tell you that you do your best, but thereafter you leave it to the God. But everybody says that. All religions say that. And the reason is that. The reason is that because very often you will do everything possible, but you may not succeed. But it does not matter. It does not matter because once you work hard, it is not what you get. It is what you become. Right? That is more important. So if I work hard, I may not get anything, but then I have become a different person. That's the most important, gain. Entitlement, I have already talked about it. World should go as per my needs, the pampered child once again. People are always unkind. Fine. So you believe that, even if I have not written anything in the copy, the teacher should give me marks. Because teacher should be kind. If I have not attended class, I should get the attendance. Why? Because teacher should be kind. Right? People are, I'm lazy. Now, this is one of the most critical distortion that we are coming across. You talk to a student and then he'll say that, why didn't you study? Sir, I am lazy. So in a way, he's blaming the God. The Bhagwan ne mujhe aisa banaya hai. Fine. So I must be perfect at all the times. This is another distortion. There are perfectionists. They want to be perfect in whatever they do. And when they do something, for the perfection part, since perfection is not possible. So they are always sad, they are always disappointed, they are always discouraged, they are always angry. I do not want to be around a person who is a perfectionist, because he or she will not be happy, and they will not let me remain happy. Fine. If anything can go wrong, it will. Again, the Murphy's law. Fine. I'm just skipping it. It is one and the same. The correction is very simple, as I told you. The correction is that you, rather than getting into emotional part, The moment you feel that, okay, I am having stress, start thinking what thought has come to your mind which is making you stressed, and identify that particular thought, challenge it. And how you challenge it also, there are processes. Are my thoughts on the event accurate? Okay. What objective evidence are there to support my view? What alternative views are there of the event? Am I understanding my ability to cope up with the event? Yes, even if something bad happens, okay, can I cope up with it? I mean, I'm told that when the Chinese, they took over the Tibet, the Tibetan people, they, within, the same night, all of them left Tibet and they came over to Sikkim, and later onwards they went to the other places in India also. You sometimes go to them and you start asking them their stories. Okay, it was a terrible thing that happened. And I'm not just saying it, the Tibetans, whoever in this world was displaced because of violence, okay, they are equally sufferers. I mentioned Tibetans because, I came across somebody who was telling me another story some time back. They had absolutely nothing when they came over here, and they were rich people. It is not that they were poor people. Fine. So over there, they almost lived in a palace. When they came here, they were beggars. Okay. But they survived. Now, if you look into, if you go around Sikkim and Darjeeling, you'll find all Tibetans are very decently rich. Is it not? Why? Because they suffered, and as a result, they learned to work hard, to save money, and again, they are the same. Fine. What action can I take to influence the event? What is the worst thing that could happen to me or my family? Sometimes, you start feeling that, okay, if I don't get a first class, what happens? Okay, but then suppose you don't get a first class, but the good thing is your mother still loves you. Your father still loves you. Your friends are still fond of you. Okay, your mother is not bothered whether you get a first class or you don't get a first class. Fine. So that's what brings us to positive thinking. I do not want to go into positive thinking because that's another topic altogether. And we don't have the time also for that. Okay. Then this is another story. There are 3 stories, but I'll mention only once. The story is, it is about how the monkeys are caught. Now it is told, I do not know whether it is true or not, but I am very sure it must be true. There is a group of people who say that catching a monkey is very easy. How do you do that? You take a pot with a very small mouth and put, food into it. The monkey will come, he will put the hand inside, and as soon as he grabs the food, his hand will become broader and then he cannot bring it out. Now you go and you catch the monkey because because of the greed, the monkey will not give it up. And so you go and catch him. It is as simple as that. Now, why is monkey getting caught? Because of the greed. So again, greed is now we are coming to the second part from cognitive, now we are coming to behavioral. So greed leads to, that is a behavior. Fine. This was a lady, Anjali Gupta. She joined army and till date, she is the only lady to have been court-martialed by the army because she was creating problem for everyone. She was not ready to work hard and she was, complaining against everyone. But then the issue that I'm discussing now is not about that. After she was thrown out of the army, even she went to the court also, there also she lost the case. But then thereafter, one day she committed suicide. And she committed suicide because she was having an affair with a married officer. And the married officer was not ready to give up his family, his wife and children. And she was so desperate that she went to his house and committed suicide in his house. Okay. Now, what was wrong with her? What wrong behavior was she having? I mean, we are living in a society. The society has certain norms. I mean, you cannot say that, no, I am an individual, everything should happen according to me. You have to follow the social norms. We do not want to follow the social norms, and then, we believe that, we are under a lot of stress. Okay, so again, that's the next theme, that we need to have better behavior. So sometimes you will find that you are having problems, you are having stress because of, wrong behavior in your life. These are some of the problem behaviors. I mean, I took extreme examples, but not everybody does that. But all of us do many things over here. Okay, not being assertive. Many of us, we perhaps it is something that the school and the society has taught us. We have been taught to be very polite, do not say no to anyone. But then if you are not saying no to anyone, obviously, you will be doing certain things which you do not want to do. And then you will not be happy about it. Okay, if people come and they are trying to take advantage of you, somewhere you have to stand, make a stand. But generally what we do is either we are very passive and one day we burst or we become very aggressive. So aggressive behavior is also bad. If you are aggressive, you have to give it up. Why? Because sometimes you will get away with it, but someday you'll come across somebody stronger than you and he will bash you up. So there is no point in doing that. Okay, I have seen many such people. And then if you are very passive, then people will keep on taking advantage of you. And you will be feeling very bad inside, very angry inside. Instead of that, we have to learn what we call the assertive behavior. Now, assertive behavior is different from aggressive. By assertive behavior, we mean, remember one thing, it is not what you say, it is how you say it that is more important. Fine. So even if you want to tell somebody that you are a thief, okay, you have to tell it so politely that, he cannot take, offense to it. Fine. So that assertiveness you have to learn. Okay. There are assertiveness trainings. This is something you cannot learn it just by knowing that, okay, I know that there is something called assertive, so I'll become assertive. There are workshops for it, maybe 2-week, 3-week workshops. If you ever get a chance, please attend it, and it will definitely help you. Okay, by assertiveness, we mean that you know that you have a right to express your feelings. And others have to listen to it. Okay, but then you also know that others also have a right to express their feelings and you have to listen to them. So assertiveness is a situation where these are my rights, but those rights belong to others also. That's what assertiveness is. Not being organized. I mean, you come across, students having, a lot of tough time because they are not finding their, the examination form. Okay, they have an exam after 10 minutes and somehow, it has disappeared. So then they keep on searching for it frantically. Okay, why? Because they are not organized. Okay, we have to learn to be organized. I myself am a very disorganized person, and that is the reason why I make effort to be as organized as I can. Okay, so there are areas where I'm very organized. There are areas where I'm not organized at all. Fine. By being organized, you'll be saving a lot of time. The key will not be lost when there is a, emergency and you're not finding the key, or, you have lost the key, or you have lost your mark sheet, or, all those things will disappear. Not seeking help. Now, again, boys are more disorganized. Similarly, boys, they don't seek help. Okay, but then seeking help is a good thing. Seeking help does not make you selfish. Okay, that part you have to understand. Okay, remember one thing, you have every right to become as strong as you can. And obviously, after you become strong, then you serve others. Fine. So it is not that you are being selfish if you want to be strong by taking help from people. take it. Many a times, I mean, this happens particularly with the teenagers. Teenagers will be having such small problems, okay, but then they will blow it off, and they will be, as if the world has come to an end. Whereas if they talk to their parents, the parents will, I mean, they'll find a very easy solution for it. Laziness, I have already talked about it. Anger. Is anger natural, or is it acquired behavior? It is an acquired behavior. In fact, as we shall see, all behaviors are acquired. Okay. It is acquired because at some point in your life when you were growing up, you find that if you get angry, you get what you want. So you acquired, okay, this is a good behavior. Actually, I have an advantage because of that. But then you don't realize that someday you will be having a lot of, problem because of that. I remember my daughter, when she was about 4 years old, she came from school, and in her bag we found a pencil which we had not bought for her. So then we talked to her, and then she said that, yes, it was my friend's. I liked it, so I have taken it. So I said, no, that is not done. Next day, I took another pencil also, and I said, give this pencil back to her, say sorry to her, and give another pencil to her. Fine. So the idea is that she should not start having this feeling that stealing is a very good behavior because you get whatever you want. Okay, without realizing that one day, if she is caught, then everybody, children are merciless. Okay, they will, keep on calling her thief and all kinds of names. She will be rejected socially, and that can kill her. Fine. So we need to teach children the right behavior. We have wrong priorities. I mean, we have wrong priorities in the sense that you are a student, and then you are interested in movies also. So leaving your studies, you go and see movies. The short-term dispensation. No ventilation. By no ventilation, we mean that even if you are having everything, you keep it inside you. Okay, whether it is anger, it is sadness, it is depression, you keep it to yourself, which is not correct. You should take it out. There are good ways of doing it. Unfortunately, again, Hindi movies teach you that you go and start taking alcohol, and that is the only way you can get rid of this. But I assure you that does not happen. Students are also there, so I must mention it. It does not happen. Lack of self-discipline. Again, it is a behavior. I cannot control myself. If I have an impulse, then I do this. But then self-discipline is an acquired behavior once again. You have double standards. Okay, you have one standard for yourself, you have another standard for others. Okay, sometimes some students come to me and say that, my parents do not respect my adulthood. So I said, what happened? Then they say that actually, now I'm an adult, so I should be allowed to go out. I come late at 11 o'clock and, be myself. They should not scold me and all those things. I said, you agree that you are an adult? So they say, yes. I said, in that case, you do not have a right to stay in your parents' house. First thing come out of it. Your mother will not cook for you because you are an adult. And you cannot go late into their house because it is their house. So their rules will prevail. If you want your rules to be there, build your own house and start following it. Fine? So they have double standards. I mean, they will want that everything should happen according to me, but others should not expect me to do anything. So these are the behavioral correction. As I said, that all behavior are learned behavior. There is nothing, instinctive. All these behavior, we have learned them. We learned them because at some point they appeared, very, very comfortable. And that's the reason we acquired them. But once you start finding that because of those behavior you are having problems, again you try to correct it. Anything that is learned can be de-learned also. Okay, so if you have got into the habit of being angry, you can again de-learn it so that you do not become angry and then learn something better instead of that. I'm not going into these things. Assertiveness I have already discussed, so I do not want to get into it. Okay, then we come to the third part of it. We said cognitive, behavioral, and third again is a humanistic. This is once again, I think this is the gist of Buddha's philosophy. When he said that the Buddha, he essentially talked about the human beings being good. They are good people. Okay, they want to grow. They want to help others naturally. Okay, it is only because of certain reasons that they stop growing. Okay. I do not know how many of you have seen the movie Guide, so I should not talk about it. Okay, let me tell you the story of a tough man. This is a story where, you know, this person, he was working for human resource. And he said that he went to a therapist and he said that, you see, in my organization, I am the one who tells people that they are no longer required. They have to be thrown out of the organization. Okay, others don't want to do it. And it is the truth. You see, nobody wants to tell an employee that you are not wanted. From tomorrow, don't come. Nobody wants to do that. It is one of the worst things that you have to do. And he said, because nobody else does it, it is given to me and I am ruthless. I'd say that from tomorrow, don't come. Okay, so I cannot help it because that is my job. So this therapist said that, okay, you go to your home. He asked, okay, whom do you have in the family? He said, I have a wife and I have a 5-year-old daughter. He said, okay, you go to your home and look into the eyes of your daughter and tell her emphatically that you love her. He said, okay. He went there and he found that he could not say, I love you to his daughter. And then again he came back. So the therapist said, you have stopped growing. You are stuck at your tough man image. But then you have to grow beyond it. You have to get into the habit of loving people. Okay. So then he said, what can I do? I said, so the person said that, no, when it comes to that a person is not doing well, it is your responsibility to see why. It could be because he needs training. It could be because he has no resources. It could be because he has no aptitude. If he has no aptitude, give him a job where his aptitude is. If he has no training, train him. Fine. If he has no resources, provide resources. If he has no motivation, provide motivation. I mean, all these things are to be done before you say, no, you are thrown out. Until you have to learn to love people rather than, loving your image of a tough man. Fine. So the point is that very often we stop at some stage and we begin to believe that, yeah, this is where I am and beyond this, I should not be going. So we have to learn to, good people that we are. So according to Buddha, the man is essentially good, rational, and free. All of us are free people. All of us are rational people. And all of us are good people. And therefore, whenever you come across a situation where you are under stress, it could be because you have stopped growing. Now, once you realize that, okay, I have stopped growing in this manner, then you have to again start growing. Now, it may so happen that suppose there are 2 persons and only one of them gets promoted and you do not get promoted. So you could not grow. Will you be unhappy about it? Yes or no? Yeah, you'll be unhappy about it. But then who said that growth is only in terms of professional arena? You can grow in many other ways. Okay, I have known some of the housewives who actually took care of their husband and their children in such a way that all of them excelled. Fine. Don't you think that's a growth? If you can make your children grow, okay, that itself is a growth. Fine. Or you can grow through your hobbies. Okay, I come across people who may not be doing very well professionally, but you go to their hobby and they are doing something phenomenal. There are people, who are growing in terms as a human being. I had gone to STNM and I found there was this person who had brought, bananas and Horlicks for some people. And then I came to know that he does it regularly. He says, on Sunday, I have nothing to do, so I come here and I be with some of the patients, generally the ones to whom nobody is visiting. Now, don't you think that's a growth, the spiritual growth? So there can be a social growth, there can be a spiritual growth, there could be an emotional growth, there could be a physical growth in terms of your physical capabilities. One of my friends, at the age of 60, he started, running about 3 years back. He was 57 at that time. Now he's running marathon. He had never run in his life, but he is running, 26 miles almost every month. There is some race, he goes there and he participates. So he has grown that way. Fine? Okay. So I do not want to get into these details also. So I come to the end of it. Thank you, everyone. And if there are any questions, welcome. And I sincerely hope I could add something to your understanding. Yes, ma'am. Yes, yes, ma'am. Okay. Yes. You see, your question is that it is same as illness. Yes. Yeah, ma'am. Please sit down. You have another question? Yeah. Okay. So let me answer the first one, then I'll. Yes. You see, when you come across people who are mentally unwell, you can put them into two categories. One of them have biological reasons. Okay, sometimes there are biological reasons for depression and other things. There is a term called clinical depression, which I'm sure he would be knowing about it. Now, clinical depression it is purely because of biological reason. But then, to my understanding, maybe out of 100, 20, 25 people suffer from clinical depression. The other 75 fall in these categories. They have distorted thinking, wrong behavior, they are stopped growing, and that is the reason why they have mental issues, mental problems. Yeah, definitely. Yes. Yeah, second question, ma'am. Okay. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Ma'am, changing all these things, unfortunately, is not easy. Telling it in a slide is very simple. But actually, somebody who is in the habit of getting angry, if he wants to not to get angry, I think it will take a lot of time for him or her to do that. But then there are two things very important. One, self-acceptance. Until or unless the person accepts that, this is a problem and he or she wants to correct it, till then nobody can do it. No outside agency can do it. That is one limitation. And the second limitation is that it takes a lot of effort and there are failures. Okay, you are trying your best to not to get angry, but one day you got angry. Okay, be kind to yourself. Okay, it happens to everyone. So do not start, blaming yourself for it, and say that, okay, now this is a motivation for me to not to get angry, at this point. There are again classes on anger management. Okay, generally, if you are getting angry, then there are things, even before you get angry, you know that you are going to get angry. That today he or she will say this and I'll get angry. You have already known it. So once you know that you are going to get angry, I think that is the best time to stop yourself. If you get angry, then, then perhaps the next best thing is that you tell yourself to go out of there. Okay, if you're very angry, I mean, I do that. If I'm very angry, I just leave things and I go elsewhere. Because if I am there, I'll say or do something which can hurt people, which I should not be doing. And the third is after you have become angry, and then you realize that you had become angry. That's the time when you go and you apologize. You say, I made a mistake. So all these things, I mean, there are no easy answers to it. Self-assessment is required. It is a continuous process. It is not 100%. You see, all the wrong behavior that we discussed, all of us have it in some extent. It is not that somebody has it, I do not have it. All of us have it. Maybe you become organized 80%, but 20% you will be disorganized. So, but then your journey from maybe 20 to 80, that is what is important. Yeah, any other question? Yes, please.
That was an excellent presentation, sir.
Thank you so much.
Am I allowed to ask any of my problems according to your presentation?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Okay. There was a slide that was about the mind beliefs. There was two portions. That was I'm controlled and I must control.
Yeah.
So the problem of mine is recently, what am I feeling about myself that I'm forgetting words while I'm talking. So it actually happens. So I started to believe that no, I'm not forgetting anything. And in in my mind, there's another sound which is like it's just a consolation about myself that I'm believing that I'm lying.
Okay.
So, it's actually I'm forgetting that and the words.
Okay.
So what should I do now?
Okay. First of all, let me tell you, it is not you alone. I think everybody sitting here, they have it. You have voiced it, others have not voiced it. So you are perfectly normal. First, let me tell you that. There is nothing unnatural about you. Fine? You are not abnormal. Now, the second thing is, here it is an issue of the humanistic part. You have to believe that you are essentially a good person. Fine? Do not start saying that I am a liar. You see, when we talk about being good, okay, we have to believe it. When we talk about positive thinking, it has to come from us. You see, I cannot be positive about others if I am negative about myself. Fine? So first of all, tell yourself that these things are natural, normal. All of us forget. Okay? So you are not the only one. And secondly, if you can start looking into what you are forgetting, start keeping a diary. Okay? What you forget, when you forget, where you forget. I think after you have written down, then perhaps it will give you some key aspects what is happening. Okay, we generally tend to forget things which are not high priority for us. Okay, and then there are certain good behavior. For example, making a list. Okay, some of the successful managers, what they do is in the morning they make a list of things to be done, and they keep on ticking everything that is to be done, and in the evening they see that everything has been done or not. So having a list is one way of ensuring that you do not forget.
That's actually while I'm talking, some words I forget.
Okay, yeah. No, that is, this happens in which language? Okay. No, that is because, no, but I think again that happens to all of us. You want to say something and that the right word does not come to you. Okay, that happens to us.
And obviously the negative feeling that I'm forgetting. Yes, you are forgetting. That's
Yeah.
very strong.
But then why is it negative? I mean, you are a human being. You see, you are a human being when you are being good. But then you are also a human being when you are not being so good. Why feel bad about it? All of us are mortals, we make mistakes. It doesn't. I think I also forget a lot. Now, when you mention it, particularly now when I'm coming to that age, I find I am also forgetting names. I could actually know the names of each and every student of mine, but now I am not able to do that. So it's happening. Sure.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Welcome. Trust yourself. Yeah. Any other question, please? Yes, please.
The presentation was very good. I
Thank
have
you.
questions.
Yes.
That's why, how we can improve our mental filter level, and what type of exercise will be benefited for us as a teacher or a academic or a sports person. Yeah.
Okay. No, the only thing that we have to do is, you see, as human beings, we have one great capacity. It is called reflection. Okay, we are the only people who can think of what we are thinking. And once you know that what you are thinking is wrong, you should challenge it. You should. I mean, like we are told that suppose somebody has done something wrong to you and you are very angry with that person, then we are told that every morning when you are praying, you pray for that person also. Okay? Why? And believe me, it is not easy. When you hate somebody so much, praying for that person is very difficult. But you do it. You remind yourself that you have to pray for him or her. Okay? So this is how gradually we do it. Welcome. Okay. Thank you. I think the time is not there. I've already taken more than that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Rodway Jha, for his excellent presentation. And I am extremely sorry that we have time constraints, so we have been in a hurry, and there are many rest for presenters, so we have to complete. And I think that if you have any questions, sir is available, and sir is from this university, so we can talk during our dinner time or tomorrow also. So thank you very much, sir. And now I like to invite the next presenter, Ms. Bhumika Timsina. I am sorry if I pronounced incorrectly.
Yes, sir.
And her title is Standardization of Queen's College Step Test in Healthy Young Individuals of Sikkim. So let us have a presentation of Ms. Bhumika Timsina. Thank you.
Shall I start, sir? Good afternoon, everyone. Respected dignitaries and distinguished audience, I am Bhumika Timsina, MPT in Orthopedic Sports Rehabilitation. I am here to present a research paper on topic Standardization of Queen's College Step Test in Healthy Young Individuals of Sikkim. So the maximal oxygen uptake, that is VO2 max, is internationally accepted parameter to measure the functional limit of cardiorespiratory system by direct and indirect method. So as we are doing Queen's step test in this study, it is an indirect submaximal exercise test protocol that uses predictive equation to calculate the VO2 max from recovery heart rate after a short 3-minute exercise test. The need of the study was that the Queen's step test is computed by McArdle for Western population, and also the Queen's step test is also computed by Chatterjee and Bandyopadhyay for the Bengali population to compute the VO2 max for this population. However, there is need to evaluate the equation for estimation of VO2 max using step test in Sikkim because of the difference in anthropometric variation in different populations. So, estimation of VO2 max using step test should be validated using oxygen consumption obtained from known workload at high intensity of perceived exertion of cycle ergometer. So, this is the need of the study. So, the primary objective of the study was to check and validate validity of application of Queen's step test predictive equation to calculate VO2 max in population of Sikkim, and to analyze agreement between estimated VO2 max and VO2 max obtained using gas analyzer during Queen's step test and incremental test in healthy young individuals of Sikkim. The secondary objective was to derive standard value of VO2 max for healthy young population of Sikkim. With this objective, the hypothesis was the VO2 max estimated by equation and Astern rhyming is not significantly different than obtained from oxygen analyzer. The alternative hypothesis is the VO2 max estimated by equation and Astern rhyming cycle ergometer test is significantly different than obtained from oxygen analyzer. The study type was observational type of study with cross-sectional study. The study was done at Central Referral Hospital, Department of Physiotherapy, and College of Agricultural Engineering Post-Harvest Technology at Manipal. The study population was taken as healthy young individuals with 60 number of samples, including 30 males and 30 females. The inclusion criteria were healthy young individuals of both gender with age between 20 and 30, and they were screened with AAPQ questionnaire before the participation in this exercise test. Exclusion criteria were injuries and comorbid condition which hinders the ability of the person to perform the test, and also the unwillingness to participate in this study. Outcome measure. The primary outcome measure that was kept in this study was VO2 max, which was computed by Chatterjee and Bandyopadhyay formula, and also computed by McArdle formula, and VO2 max obtained from Astern rhyming cycle ergometer test, and also from gold standard, that is K4B2 oxygen analyzer. Secondary outcome that were used during the test were blood pressure, heart rate, and rate of perceived exertion. So, going into instrument, this picture shows the first diagram shows participant participating in Queen's step test. Second diagram shows participant performing Astern rhyming cycle ergometer test, and the third picture shows participant performing Queen's step test along with K4B2 oxygen analyzer. So, going to the procedure of the study, after approval was taken and then eligibility criteria, the participants were selected through eligibility criteria. Total number of sample taken were 60, and the first baseline data was taken before access testing was done, and then Queen's step test was conducted. Also, to ascertain the Queen's step test value, it was also conducted along with K4B2 analyzer. After that, Astern rhyming cycle ergometer test was conducted. It is an incremental test, and data was analyzed. So, the data analysis, independent t-test was used to compare independent data. One-way repeated measure data was used to compare the estimated VO2 max obtained from various means. One sample t-test was calculated to obtain p-values to determine if there is statistical significant difference between mean of three tests, that is VO2 max from different formula, that is Chatterjee Bandyopadhyay formula and McArdle formula, and Astern rhyming cycle ergometer test. Blind and fluent plot was graphed to measure agreement between two tests. result. So what we found that after doing independent t-test, it was found that Chatterjee and Bandyopadhyay formula, the between males and females, there was significant difference. There was and then between the different tests, that is the VO2 max computed by Chatterjee and Bandyopadhyay formula and Macandar formula, and then the VO2 max that was that we obtained from Astron rhyming cycle ergometer test, there were significant difference. So after getting this result, the gold standard value of that was obtained from K4B2 formula was taken. So the mean value, test value, was taken as 35.44, and it was compared with other formulas through one sample t-test. So it was found that Chatterjee and Bandyopadhyay formula was not significantly different than the test value that was computed that was got from K4B2 oxygen analyzer. So this gives us a Chatterjee and Bandyopadhyay formula is most relevant to be used in this population. Also, blind Edman plot between agreement was computed by blind Edman plot. So this showed agreement between K4B2 oxygen analyzer and VO2 max obtained from K4B2 oxygen analyzer and Chatterjee and Bandyopadhyay formula. So getting to the specific of this plot, we can look in this table, which shows that Chatterjee and Bandyopadhyay formula with oxygen analyzer, there is p-value is 0.748. That means there is no significant difference. Also, the standard of bias is least that is 5.43. Also Macandar formula also shows no significant difference, but the standard of deviation of bias is lower in Chatterjee and Bandyopadhyay formula. So this agreement gives us proof that we can use the most appropriate formula that can be used in this population is Chatterjee and Bandyopadhyay formula. So the error correction value was computed using root mean square formula. So this gives that if Chatterjee and Bandyopadhyay formula is to be used in this population, 5.3 milliliter for kg of minute, corrective value of 5.3 milliliter kg per minute has to be added to the VO2 max that is obtained from this formula. So the key finding of this study or discussion, as we go into discussion, the study aimed to validate Queen's-Kallistri test prediction equation for estimation of VO2 max for its usability to calculate VO2 max in young healthy population of Sikkim. So VO2 max estimated by Chatterjee and Bandyopadhyay formula, which was computed for West Bengal formula, West Bengal population, can be used and is valid to estimate and has agreement with cycle ergometer and metabolic gas analyzer, which are considered as gold standard in energy expenditure studies. However, Chatterjee and Bandyopadhyay equation must be used with corrective value, that is 5.3 milliliter per kg of minute in young population of Sikkim, which means that when we compute VO2 max from this formula, 5.3 has to be added to get the correct value of VO2 max in this population. Suggestion for future research: there is need for development of reference standard and equation for estimation of VO2 max in Sikkim to optimize risk stratification and to facilitate discussion between healthcare professionals and patients regarding health risks, and to provide baseline for improving cardiovascular fitness and provide support for physical activity counseling. These are the references. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bhumika Timsina. If you have questions, we can take one or two questions due to time constraint. Have you any questions? I think no. So I again cordially thanks to Bhumika Timsina for her nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
There is some change in between. One of our DEFI guest, Dr. Rajkumar Karve, is going back from this conference. So I would like to Professor Dr. Rajat Shah sir to hand over the certificate for the chair the first session. I would like to call Dr. Rajkumar Karve sir. Please come over and see the certificate, please, sir. Thank you, Dr. Rajkumar Karve sir, to being with us, and you just come over here with your hectic schedule. You were in Haryana yesterday, you are here in Sikkim today, and tomorrow you will be in Karnataka. Thank you so much, sir. Nice to meeting you, sir. And now, Mr. Rupak Dutta, please. Now, I would like to request Professor Icgphpss sir to take over and continue, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rakesh Vishwakarma. And our next presenter, and Dr. Shoibal. You present? Okay. And he's from Jashore University, Bangladesh. He's acting as an associate professor, Department of Physical Education and Sports Science, Jashore Science and Technology University, Bangladesh. I cordially invite him to present her research, and the topic is comparative study of vital capacity between non-COVID and COVID survivors. We can clap our hands. Thank you.
Respected Chair, dignitaries, and all the experts in this field, I welcome you all. This is nice for me. Again, we are majority here in Sikkim, though it is in this room. I welcome you all in my presentation. This work is outcome of my student, Janat Ferdus Rikta, and myself, Dr. Shoibal Chandra. So I won't take much time. In introduction, as I mentioned here, the horrifying time what we have passed, no need to mention of it. And in this, we have lost so many beloveds of us, including myself, and still we are suffering effect of it. And in this, we have started actually earlier. We have seen one paper was there with the long COVID, but my paper is on short COVID. So it's a very precise test by which we can measure functional ability of lung, that is vital capacity. And you know, COVID most affect the lung and then kidney and other organs, vital organs and systems. So here we have studied only the lung functions through vital capacity. We have actually after the COVID being positive, suffered short COVID, there is a question in our mind whether we have lost functional ability of our lung. If we have lost, how far we have lost, we don't know. That we have checked here in our study. This is just literature. Adult person at the age of 25, it is usually comes 6 liter for the man, and a unit is taken as a man, liter. So, and for the female, they are deprived naturally. That is 4.5 liter for the adult. For the adult, again I am repeating, after 25 start deteriorating, and still 25 is start growing. Keep growing. And what is the short COVID? Usually, after being affected by the COVID-19 virus, those who suffer only up to 4 weeks, those are considered as a short COVID, and more than that, as she mentioned earlier, those are considered as long COVID. And here, it is not matter whether they have been hospitalized or not. That is a different issue. This is a statement of the problem tree. Some delimitation which we have made. Here I have given. I'm not reading out all these things, but here one thing I need to mention. That is, we have collected data from Khulna division. That is like India divided in different states. In our country, we divided country in different eight different divisions. So we work on Khulna division. Just vital capacity we have taken, and there was non-COVID people and COVID people. So all group of people, okay, good. And objective, as I mentioned, to check whether we have lost, or if you have lost, how far we have lost our vital capacity. This traditional thing we need to mention the same thing, and this is also traditional. There is no significance. We assumed there is no significant difference between COVID and non-COVID group. And in the methodology selection of data, we have collected short COVID survivor, 193 subjects randomly, and non-COVID 195. And in total, there was 388 subjects in our study. And this is the distribution of male, female, and COVID, non-COVID, in general, sports person, a man, and all details is given here. And this is the arena. Those who are not from Bangladesh, for them. And data collection data. Actually, we have tried to see what happened after the recovery. 6 months after the recovery, means at least approximately 6 months they have passed after the recovery. Though after that, we have only collected data. And the data we have collected between 25th August 22 to 25th September 2022. And sample size determination we have collected from our data bank. We have collected the total number affected, and from that we have collected the sample size, and that was almost 1, near to 1, the power of the test. And this is the peak flow meter, a very common instrument by which before giving blow, they use subject is asked to take maximum asked to inhale maximum, and then they blow as forcefully as possible. For they blow for 3 times, and best reading is counted for the study. And before that, they were allowed to take several trials to be accustomed with the device. And in the analysis and result, I'll go discussion result all together, not to take much time from you. So we have particularly made a t-test here, but wherever data was not normally distributed, there I have converted this data, transformed this data, and it is written beneath the table. For this table, as I have mentioned, for international statistics, I have taken a log 10 transformation. So if we see here, short COVID-19, compare non-COVID and COVID male mean difference between non-COVID and short COVID-19 survivor. If we see COVID and non-COVID altogether, there is a significant difference. And this is the mean value, almost 4 liter, 4 liter for the short COVID, and for the non-COVID, it is a bit higher, 4.272 liters. So this is phenomenal. This is not any different. That means group is quite normal. And here, when we compare between non-COVID 20 to 40 years male and non-COVID 20 to 40 years female, male and female, here also we have found phenomenal as it should be. So there is a significant difference. Non-COVID male is higher, almost 5 liter, and female 3.769 liters of okay. Again, sorry. It's oh, okay. So I just see here. It's working. Here, short COVID-19, 20 to 40 years male survivor, and short COVID-19, 20 to 40 years female survivor. Again, we have found significant positive. That means 6 months after recovery, also there is difference. And here also male showed upper hand over the female altogether. And now come to the interesting part of the study for this group. Vital capacity recovery phenomena of 20 to 40 years male and female post 6 months from short COVID recovery. As we can see, male 20 to 40 years group, that means this is the main difference in percentage. That means 3.05 liter. It is in percent. In percent, they could not recover. Whereas female 7.96, almost 8%, they did not recover. That means to be normal, they should recover this percent of year. So the vital capacity. Okay. Next. And mean difference, non-COVID sportsmen, women together, and short COVID-19 sportsmen, women together. When we have compared, we have got again significant value. And men, women together, non-COVID showed superiority over the COVID-affected population. And here, if you see the on non-COVID sportsman and short COVID sportsman, here again non-COVID group shows better with significant difference. Next, when we compare the non-COVID sports women and short COVID affected sports women, we have got significant difference with non-COVID superiority in terms of vital capacity. And now come to the percentage how much they could not recover. Here interesting thing happened. Sports male, as you can see, they could not recover 9.95, that means 10% almost, whereas female could not recover 6.14. That shows women through exercise, women developed better immune system so that they recovered more than the male population when we compare within the sports population. And now come on non-COVID 40 plus men, women together, and 40 plus men short COVID affected, 40 plus men, women together. Here we haven't seen any significant difference. And though non-COVID had a superiority over COVID affected with negligible difference. Reason probably after 25, as I have mentioned earlier, literacy says humans start deteriorating of their vital capacity. Probably for that reason, there was no difference between the groups. Again, same thing happened. Non-COVID 40 plus men and short COVID affected 40 plus age men. This is also not significant because in the older age, people lost their vital capacity due to degenerative process and they recovered very little, so that altogether there was no significant difference. Same happened for the women too. No significant difference, though non-COVID had a bit better mean below. And now come to the percentage. If we see the recovery phenomena of the men and women, those who are 40 to 60 years, actually there was no subject more whose age is more than 60 years, 40 to 60 years within, we see here they could, both the groups could not recover 3.5% nearby, plus minus 2. So almost they are recovering the same phenomena. That means in the adult population, they are recovering almost in the same phenomena, but it was completely different for the sports person, where we have seen superiority of the women, and in the general people, we have seen superiority of the men. Okay, I'm not. Result, I already have discussed, so I'm not repeating here. Result, these are the result, and discussion. What are the findings, as I've discussed with you? All the findings supported. Spirometer, peak flow meter that I've shown, peak flow meter. No, pulse oximeter is to measure oxygen, how much it is in your body. But here we are not considering that one. We are measuring vital capacity, how much air you can take. Ability of circulating, your ability of lung to control, regulate the volume of air. That is the focal point here. And through pulse oximeter, you are looking directly what is the oxygen level at your blood. That is the different issue, ma'am. Okay. So, pardon? Incentive. Yes, there is option. In some device, there is option that those are advanced machines comes or. Yes, this is on peak flow meter is a standard standard one, and this machine is the oldest and renowned worldwide famous brand for the measuring this. Simple, very simple method. If you don't have this one, it costs hardly 2,000 or to 5,000 rupees. There are so many digital peak flow meter you can buy from a shop and measure yourself. But through balloon you cannot measure exactly. You can have to no. You will take that is assumption that you can make assumption. Again you need to put a spirometer. This is standard one. You are talking about the general. If you don't have, and what you don't have, you don't you have or don't have, that is the different issue, and that is not part of my research. Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Sehgal, for his excellent research work. And then I like to request the next presenter, Junaid Ahmed Peri. And,
yes, sir.
His research topic is effect of aerobic exercise training on insulin sensitivity in adults. Please clap your hands to welcome Mr. Junaid Ahmed Peri.
Sir, is my screen visible, sir?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Okay. So first of all, I would like to thank the organizers of Sikkim Manipal University for giving me opportunities to speak here. Actually, I am from Aligarh Muslim University. I am doing currently pursuing research in Department of Physical Education. I live in Kashmir. I had that wish to visit Sikkim, but unfortunately I could not, as I had other programs also. And you guys also provide this relaxation by making it hybrid. So next time I hope I will visit Sikkim and visit the Sikkim Manipal University. So thank you very much for giving me opportunity to speak. I won't take your much time. So I am speaking about the effect of aerobic training program on insulin sensitivity in adult athletes. So basically we know that aerobic training program has some kind of effect in athletes or in persons in general. But when we talk about the adult athletes, is there any kind of effect of aerobic training? So yes, it may be there will be effect, it may be there is not any effect. So we had tried present, is there any effect of aerobic training program on insulin sensitivity? As we know, insulin sensitivity, we mean by insulin sensitivity, we mean how our cells respond to insulin. Insulin is used to lower down the sugar levels. So if we are seeing that someone is insulin sensitive, it means he is secreting some kind of higher insulin as compared to normal people. So if there is higher level of insulin sensitivity, so it means it is good for them. So regarding aerobic training is like it consists of exercises like which raise our heartbeat and which make our breathing difficult. So it should be continuous and it should be kind of same kind of intensity. So aim of the study was to determine the impact of an aerobic training regimen, that is aerobic training program, on insulin sensitivity of healthy adult athletes. And aerobic training activity included walking, running, jumping, cycling, swimming, dancing. These kind of activities come into the category of aerobic activities. Here is the method and material. We took 30 participants and they were healthy male athletes. Their age was ranging from 21 to 24 years, and it was based on the random sampling method. The participants were parted into two groups based on their mean fasting blood glucose sugar level. And the first group was called as treatment group or experiment group, and the second one as control group. Treatment as well as control group, they included 15 participants, and the study was conducted using an equal group design. So participants were randomly allocated into two homogeneous groups, and experiment group was assigned a pre-designed training program. It was a training program of 12 weeks, and it was done under the researcher's supervision. And data on selected variable of both the groups were recorded before and after the experiment to determine what was the impact of that aerobic training program. And the following procedure was adopted for experimentation insulin sensitivity, that is OGTT and IG index, and blood glucose estimation up to 2 hours after administration of 75 gram of glucose orally. So basically we had two groups. One group was experimental group, second was control group, and data was taken before the training program and after the training program. The training program consisted of aerobic activities and it was up to 12 weeks. Here is something about the training program. The aerobic exercise program which was given to the treatment group was a series of treadmill exercises. It included slow, medium, and fast walking with a 30 degrees incline uphill, walking with a 30 degrees declination downhill, jogging, and cycling. The training frequency and intensity were never maximized. It was kept as continuous. The identical load, which varied in volume, intensity, and frequency, was applied to every participant. And by this training program ran up to 12 weeks. And here is the analysis of data. Insulin sensitivity was analyzed for both pre-test and post-test of all the participants, as I told you earlier. After a period of 12 weeks, post-testers on the dependent variables mentioned above were administered to the participants. The impact of aerobic training program on selected variable was determined by the difference between the initial and final scores. We used a pair sample t-test, and cohorts D was used to investigate statistical significance with impact size and to test the hypothesis of the study. And to test all these statistical measurements, we used 0.05 levels of significance. Here is a description of subject. We had two groups, group 1 and group 2, and each group had 15 sub-participants, and the mean age for group 1 was 22.47 years, and for second it was 22.20 years. Same as in height, it was 173.33 centimeter, and the mean weight for group 1 was 74.47. So before the training it was 74.47, and after training it was 73.87. So this is not some kind of significant difference. Now here is about the blood glucose estimation that we try to analyze. The group 1, that is experimental group or treatment group, the peer difference t-test was used, peer t-test was used, and here's the mean 5.86. Here you can see the p-value was 0.01, which is less than 0.05, so it means there is significant difference between pre and post. And the cohorts D, that is 0.62, implies that it has some kind of medium size impact. And group 2, that is control group, it had the t value at minus 1.01, and the p value was 0.32, which is greater than 0.05. So it means there was no significant difference in control group between pre and post test. Now here is a discussion. The results of the study showed that the aerobic training program is one of the essential components that is associated with the changes in insulin sensitivity in adult athletes. So our program that consisted of aerobic exercises, it showed that this kind of activities is used to see the changes in insulin sensitivity in adult athletes as well. And previous scientific investigations also showed that aerobic training program improve insulin sensitivity, like the study by Ampere et al. 2013. And there are very few studies on this topic, but these four or five studies, there was agreement on the best kind of exercises that can be used to improve our insulin sensitivity. Now, on the basis of findings of the present investigation, it was concluded that there was no significant change in fasting blood glucose, but insulin sensitivity changed at 4.7% after 12 weeks of exercise. So it means when they perform 12 weeks of exercise, the insulin sensitivity increased 4.7%. And as I mentioned, that insulin is used to lower down the sugar level. So it means it's a good thing. And here in the treatment found a statistically significant mean difference between pre-test and post-test, which means an aerobic training program can help at plasma insulin concentration among healthy adult athletes. So here researchers posit that physical activity or aerobic activity could improve insulin sensitivity. So all this research was based on whether there is any change in insulin sensitivity by doing some kind of aerobic activity. So we concluded that there is change. There is a change of 4.7% that the sensitivity has increased in athletes when they performed aerobic activities. Thank you very much. These are the references. Thank you very much for giving the opportunity to speak. As I mentioned earlier, I wish that I visit your university and visit Sikkim, but unfortunately I could not. But I really hope that next time you will give us opportunity to visit you and to see the Sikkim. Thank you very much.
Hello, sir. It was a wonderful presentation. And I'd like to know how to manage the insulin sensitivity other than aerobic activity. Any other activity to manage insulin sensitivity?
Okay, ma'am, I have got your question. Yeah, I have got your question that you are trying to say that is there any kind of activity by which we can manage our insulin sensitivity? Ma'am, I believe that yoga is one of the best activity by which we can manage all these things. Unfortunately, we are not doing yoga as we should do it. Yoga is in our tradition. Yoga should be our part of life, and yoga in fact is a part of life. Yoga is a way of life, but unfortunately, we are not doing yoga every day. We are not performing it frequently. We are not doing it continuously. So we are more relentlessly on doing gym, hitting the aerobic workouts and cardiac workouts. But what we do? We should perform yoga. We should. This is our tradition. By doing pranayamas, by doing asanas, we can manage insulin sensitivity and other diseases also.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Rakesh, sir.
Please clap your hands to inspire him. Okay. Thanks, audience, for your nice cooperation. And we are about to come to an end. And our last presenter of this session is Muhammad Sardar Ashikur Rahman. And his presentation topic is Physical Growth Nature of Bangladeshi Rural Boys. Muhammad Sardar Ashikur Rahman, are you present here? Oh, please come to the dais and... Oh, tomorrow? But here? Okay, thank you. Dear audience, thank you very much for your wonderful cooperation and patience listening to the presenter. And let us see you tomorrow. And this session is end for today. Thank you very much again. Not here, not here. It has a but they are not.
All of you, please be set alone. Well, participants and delegates, we are at the end of today's sessions. And before leaving this arena, I would like to just offer as an honor certificate to all the keynote speakers and the chairpersons. Now, I would like to request Professor Dr. Raja Jha sir to facilitate Professor Dr. Icgphpss sir. Now, I would like to request Dr. Shanti Madam, Director Physical Education, to just facilitate our keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Icgphpss sir. Sir, please. Please keep hands together for this very great event. Thank you so much, sir.
Thanks a lot, everyone.
I would like to inform you all, tomorrow morning, the first session is with Professor Dr. Icgphpss sir. He will be the keynote speaker. Please don't forget to attend that session, because that will be very informative and very energetic and attractive. And time 9 o'clock, sir. And for tomorrow's session, you have to be present here by 8:45 by finishing your breakfast. And at the end of the session, all of you, there's a plan to visit Marina Sports Complex. All the guests and participants can visit the Marina Sports Complex along with us. And after the visit, you can fresh up and then come to the cultural evening at Open Air Theatre in front of E Block. Okay? Okay. With these words, I would like to conclude this session. Thank you very much. Today, cultural evening today at 6. Today's 6 p.m. 6 p.m. Okay, thank you very much.